And we're live. And somewhat late.
You okay?
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show that's always late.
We know we've been on time about 50% of the time.
Okay. Last time we were 24 hours late, so now we're only 23 minutes late. So we're improving
Slowly,
yeah. And,
did you just say that the show is always late? That's a spoiler.
Yes, and the show is in fact full of spoilers because there will be spoilers. Right throughout the show, from beginning to end.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to ruin everything.
Yep.
All of it.
Yep. Darth Vader is Luke's father, in case you didn't know.
Oh, that's not even a movie we were talking about.
I know. I just thought I'd go crazy, and I want to ruin everyone's Christmas. Get in early.
Dead.
You have ruined everyone's Christmas well over 300 days in advance.
Yeah, that's just the type of guy I am. So
especially that one fellow over there in I think that's Russia, who hasn't seen The Empire Strikes Back.
I know, and he was saving it for Christmas this year.
Oh.
When it comes out in theaters 33 years ago.
So yes, this is There Will Be Spoilers, and we're here to review some Lovecraftian inspired movies. So if you haven't seen these movies, just be warned that we will talk about them in great detail and probably spoil them for you if you haven't seen them. So there. The three movies we're talking about. The three movies we're talking. Hey, forgive me. All right, it's been really hot here for the last couple of days, and I haven't slept very well. It was 45 yesterday.
That's disgusting.
So
I don't know what that is in American, but
you're a little bit delirious. You could say that you are going insane, which is very appropriate.
Yes, but I haven't opened a dimension or porthole to another dimension.
Oh, come on. You don't want to go visit. Yeah. You don't want to go visit.
I'm saving that for the end of the show. So
okay, all right.
Are we going to the space pyramid, or which one of the dimensions are we going to? Because I don't want to go to the slimy one.
Well, they're all a little slimy.
Yeah, the slimy ones are the best.
No, I don't want to go to the goopy dimension. I go to the space pyramid. That's fine.
What do you think they get? What do you think they get KY jelly from? They just got like
that pyramid.
They're milking. Yeah. They're milking fucking Lovecraft.
They got a tap, which is attached to another dimension, and it just comes out.
Cthulhu teats.
Milking Cthulhu for KY.
That's a great screen name. I wonder if someone's taken that.
Cthulhu teats? I don't know.
Cthulhu
we should tell Omegon to change his handle to that.
Well, I from this day forth, I will call Omegon nothing but Cthulhu teats. I promise. Let it be known.
And it is so.
So, the three movies we're reviewing today are The Void, From Beyond, and The Mist. But should we maybe just briefly talk about Lovecraft first? I assume most people know who Lovecraft was, and but maybe we should just mention it briefly anyway.
Maybe just very briefly. It's something I feel as if that's been talked to death.
Well, he's the truest prophet of them all, even better than Jesus.
So maybe you could say Lovecraft is the grandfather of modern horror.
Him and Edgar Allan Poe for sure, but I think modern horror. Certainly, I think horror in the way that we think of it. He is one of the great grandfathers of, for sure.
And his work all had similar kind of themes to it. Usually ancient evil gods which are locked behind some barrier in another dimension where it's like a prison, and they're sleeping and waiting to break through into our world. And they're gods of chaos too. So
yeah, they don't care about us puny humans at all.
It is the one
Yeah.
true religion.
Yeah, that's right. His work is basically it revolves around our humans' inability to comprehend these beings and events and places. So much so, or so little so, that we can go insane by simply viewing them for a second.
Well, you either worship Cthulhu and die, or you don't worship Cthulhu and you also die.
Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but I'm going to mention a little event from Stephen King's It, which is also a very Lovecraftian story, his most Lovecraftian book, next to probably The Dark Tower or The Mist, which we're talking about tonight. There's a character in that book who looks upon it, the creature It, in its truest form that we can comprehend, and his brain essentially melts. Thousands of aneurysms all at once. Because physically he couldn't it was so disgusting and so horrific and so incomprehensible that his body basically just gave up and his mind broke.
You mean South Park's kind of adorable chibi representation of Cthulhu wasn't accurate?
Well, I mean, I hate to say it and also love to say it. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was awfully cute.
He was.
So.
That's what I picture him like, for realsies.
Yeah.
He totally exists, though.
Anyway, though, yeah. Well, I'm sure he told you in a dream.
Several.
But no, he basically writes about the incomprehensible and our inability to truly grasp these things that are way grander than us.
Yeah, sometimes they're more supernatural in his writing. Sometimes they're more alien.
Yeah.
He tends to go back and forth between those two things.
Yeah, what I always took from it, I haven't read most of his work. I've read maybe 12 stories of his over the years. I've tried to read a few. I actually find his writing to be pretty dry.
It is very dry.
I don't know if I mean that as a negative criticism. It's just really...
It's just his writing style.
It's not my thing, but... yeah, alien and supernatural. I feel most
interchangeable.
Interchangeable. It's right in the middle. Personally, I thought of most of it as more alien, more grounded in reality, more than supernatural. And the cults that are here on Earth in his stories are essentially just insane madmen worshiping something they don't even understand.
Yes, they're alien. It's alien Jesus.
Yeah, and sometimes the great old ones or the gods that they're worshiping don't even know about them because we're so insignificant. So these tribes, they worship a great old one or an elder god like Cthulhu, and I mean Cthulhu knows, but other ones don't. They don't even care that they're being worshipped.
Well, they're not all omniscient.
No.
Or omnipresent. They're just kind of big, scary, ancient.
You know, when it comes right down to it, absolutely, yeah. Some of them literally live in space and don't even need to breathe.
The ones
and some of them are more supernatural and they're more ghost-like.
The ones that live on Earth and have been here for a millennia, did they come from Earth? Because we can't really call them aliens, we're the aliens. They were here first.
That's an interesting question. I don't know if he makes it clear. I mean, I read Lovecraft's work back in the 90s, so that was a long time ago. Mm-hmm. I bought his omnibuses and binged them over a period of time. So I haven't read him in a long time. So
yeah,
I can't remember if he ever states where they actually come from. But they're
locked
away trying to get to our plane.
And many of them aren't trying to get to our plane because they just don't care. Like the most famous one, Cthulhu, has been sleeping on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean for billions of years, probably since a billion years after the Earth was formed.
Yeah, he was here first.
Oh, certainly. But he's, from what I gather, and just from my own thoughts on it, he's most certainly not from Earth. Just like most of the great old ones aren't. They exist either in a different dimension or literally in the far reaches of space.
or maybe they're like fourth dimensional or something
Yeah,
like
well,
that.
yeah, a lot of
so
them
that's why we can't comprehend them.
Yeah, we couldn't possibly understand.
Mm.
Even if they told us, we still wouldn't get it.
Well, I don't even think we'd be able to communicate with them.
Well, even if we could, it would just be so beyond us. That's his idea, that it would be so beyond us that we can never comprehend. And those that try just go insane and lose themselves or die.
Yeah, Lovecraft was also good friends with Robert E. Howard, which
He
is
was.
interesting.
Yeah. Most famous for, I believe, Conan.
Yep. I don't know if they ever met, but I think they were good pen.
They wrote letters back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
Well, yeah, they spoke a lot of what they spoke of, from what I gathered, is like a lot of personal stuff too. They sent a lot of letters back and forth that weren't even really about their work. So.
And they both gained most of their success after they died too, which is interesting.
Oh, that's something we should mention. H.P. Lovecraft gained very little success in his writing career while he was alive. Very little. He was mocked a lot.
Isn't that true of most artists, though?
Oh, I don't know about most, but a lot, yeah.
A lot of artists.
Well, I would say most maybe in that era.
I would say artists who are ahead of their time, most definitely.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. I think Miss Anon brought up an interesting point just now. I think it is a product. They are a product of their time, and they were shunned for that because of the genres that they wrote in, for the most part.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of people tried to get Lovecraft in particular banned for being racist.
Well, yeah, I mean that's more of a modern sensibility.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
more so now than.
We could get into that and talk about the politics of that for all night.
Yeah,
I think we should probably just avoid that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a can of worms.
Yeah, all I'll say on that is it's being blown out of proportion in our modern times.
We shouldn't censor art anyways. You're not meant to take lessons from this guy about.
Well, I mean, a lot of it was personal letters of his. That's where all of this hate towards him comes from, and a certain cat's name, a certain black cat's name, in a certain book. And people just blow that out of proportion and assume that he was some actually horribly racist ogre, when unfortunately for them, that's not really the case, and there's a hell of a lot more nuance to it than that. Not simply being a product of its time. So that's all I'll say on that to
avoid the can of worms.
Yeah, yes.
I'll put the lid back on that can of worms. So, which movie are we talking about first?
The Void.
The Void. Yeah. Before we get into the plot, I gotta say I didn't realize this until I watched the two movies together. But I have to speculate that maybe parts of the Void were influenced from Beyond, because both have a doctor who opens an extra dimensional porthole and transforms physically, and there's a lot of body horror, Cronenberg type body horror stuff in it. So I have to wonder whether the writer may have been a fan of From Beyond. It could just be a coincidence. But
the writer certainly most likely is a fan of From Beyond, the story, the Lovecraft story, and the film. But I think this is just a matter of the movie being Lovecraftian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so from a similar genre.
It's a similar space. It is Lovecraftian.
Similar source material.
Yeah, the same source material, really.
Yeah.
The Void is Lovecraftian in the sense that the Thing is. It probably wouldn't exist if Lovecraft didn't exist. So I think many of Lovecraft's stories feature what you've just said, even if it's not a doctor per se. It's somebody opening up something. They don't understand whether it's a portal or a telekinetic ability in their head or something, anything. It's about somebody unlocking something or finding somebody or finding something and not being able to deal with that in some form or another, or gaining great power from it, and then it bites them in the ass. That's a theme of probably 75% of Lovecraft stories. So I think it's more of a Lovecraft thing than based on a certain film thing.
Well, I think doctors are sort of make people uncomfortable anyways.
Yeah.
A little bit.
The other thing I thought of when I was watching it again was I wonder if Precinct 13 may have been an influence.
Oh, certainly. The Siege movie, for sure. Yeah, there is a lot of Assault on Precinct 13, John Carpenter's second film. Yeah, that movie is eerily similar to The Void. Well,
Yeah,
rather,
actually.
The Void is eerily similar to Assault on Precinct 13, but in this case, I think imitation is the best form of flattery. I think they did it quite well.
I think anything is influenced by numerous different things. You know, we all see things and like things, and then distill down what we like about them into something new. I mean, Star Wars was made from dozens and dozens of different influences.
Was it?
Yeah.
Original.
Star Wars was even
No,
influenced.
but it came out something new.
Yeah, it certainly did. Yeah, it was a completely new thing at the time for the most part. But I mean, I've heard some people describe Star Wars as a Western in space, which is kind of true.
Yeah. And it was also influenced by the Hidden Castle from Akira Kurosawa.
Yes.
And most definitely Dune as well.
Oh, the stories of Dune. Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, what's the odd saying? If you take from one thing, you're stealing. If you take from many things, it's inspiration.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I can see different possible inspirations in The Void.
I also see The Thing in The Void as well.
Oh yes, definitely. I thought of that too. There's a scene where I think it's the dead nurse is transforming, and you see the tentacle things on her face.
Yeah,
and they kind of jump and dart around.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is something that only the audience sees, just like in The Thing.
Yeah. And I thought that reminds me definitely of The Thing, and they've probably used the same special effect as well.
Well, it looks awesome.
It does. The effects are quite well done.
I assume they blow air into it or something to make it jump around. I don't know.
I believe so. Yeah, that's generally what they do with things like that.
They could be filming it backwards too. Like
that happens.
They pull it in and then reverse the footage so it looks like they're coming out.
That's a trick that can work really well or really horribly, depending on the skill of the puppeteer and the cameraman.
And editing.
And editing, yes, which is a lot. It's a wholly different beast than it was in 1982 when The Thing came out. So
yeah, they do that with a lot of things where it's easier to film it going back. So they film it going backwards and then just reverse the footage. If it's edited right, it looks really good. So
yeah. So anyway, The Void is a Lovecraftian siege movie, I guess I could call it.
That's a perfect way to describe it.
Yeah. Just think of it as like Assault on Cthulhu 13 or something. Which isn't bad. This is a good thing. It turned out really well, especially with the small budget of approximately $200,000.
Is that all?
That is it.
Wow, that is really impressive then.
Yeah, all the special effects, or most of them, were actually crowdfunded.
Oh, that's really cool.
On Indiegogo. It's directed by Stephen Kostansky and Jeremy Gillespie. They're two members of the collective called Astron 6.
Did they write it as well, or?
Yes, they both did. Yeah, they both.
Which is pretty common for low budget movies.
It is, yeah. They are just a third. There are 5 members of Astron 6. cheeky buggers. They're immensely talented dudes.
Our favorite blonde Australian was missing from this movie, though.
Yeah, he was. They recently just started branching out on their own, and it started with The Void. Stephen Kostansky, the main director of this film, actually directed Leprechaun Returns last year, which was a pretty decent schlocky semi-remake of the terrible Leprechaun franchise. So,
it's not terrible.
So, well, it's a lot of fun, but it is certainly schlocky. But they're starting to branch out, and these are really hardworking guys. They've directed numerous films in the past as Astron 6, all 5 of them as the collective. Father's Day, Manborg, a really, really cool Disco Path Suspiria-esque giallo film called The Editor, which is basically a horror comedy.
I love horror comedy.
Yeah, they're all Canadian, and they specialize in making really cool horror films on really tight budgets.
Except one. One of them's a real live, definitely Australian.
Oh,
as opposed to a real dead Australian.
Well, I mean, he's still moving, so I imagine.
Okay.
Yeah.
He hasn't sold his soul to Cthulhu yet. So.
No, not quite. He's not reborn.
Not that we know of. Yeah.
Well, actually, that might be how he got that accent.
Maybe.
It's spot on, really.
Yeah. So I have to ask the question. I realize this is set in like a country town or whatever, but the hospital seems to be in the middle of nowhere.
Well, yeah, actually, where is it set? It
is set in small town America. Probably in New England or Maine. Just there. But it's really it doesn't really matter. I guess they don't really.
Well, there's a lot of really tiny hospitals out in the middle of nowhere, even in Canada, just along highways, so that there is a dispatch and a small emergency. It's not a huge hospital.
Maybe we're just stupid here in North America, and we just keep hospitals as far away from civilization.
They're mostly in like farmland areas, so that you don't have to drive 15 miles to get to a hospital. At least there's a central emergency. Because actually, we were working somewhere recently where there was a hospital in the middle of freaking nowhere.
That's true. Yeah.
In the convergence of all those highways, it's just there, and it's tiny. Then it's just an emergency room and like probably 60 hospital rooms. Very small. So it's not abnormal to see hospitals out in the middle of nowhere when you live in the booties.
Well, thanks for ruining that for us.
Welcome. You've done been educated. Your plot hole has been thoroughly sealed.
But that, I think, was definitely just it's good for the plot.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And I didn't even think of it the first time I watched it.
No, me neither.
I thought
it's an awfully secluded hospital.
But I mean, think about it.
Closer to civilization? I don't know.
Everybody that was there all sort of knew each other too, which leads further to that. It's just a very small hospital that caters to probably 100 people.
That's true. And I mean, within the plot of the film, there was a fire there, and it was at least being shut down. So maybe they're all moving closer to the city, like sane people would do. So
they weren't even going to rebuild and reopen it. I don't think they were just shutting it down.
Yeah, I think that was the idea.
But see, he picked up that passing out junkie, and it would have taken him almost, I think they said 20 to 30 minutes to get him to the other hospital.
That's true.
Right?
That's very true. So, we definitely jumped ahead there. I guess.
Yeah, I guess we should get into the plot.
It wasn't that far of a jump.
No, not really.
That happens pretty soon. So
it's a pretty simplistic story, but that's often a good thing.
It's a love story between a man and his Cthulhu.
Yeah.
There's not enough gooey fondling.
Well, that happens afterwards.
That's
I always say that.
You know what? We just couldn't understand. So.
We'll do From Beyond after. Okay, your gooey fondling's coming.
Yeah.
So we
Okay,
open on
are
a
we talking
farmhouse.
about the movie or the show? Because I'm getting very uncomfortable here.
You're not supposed to be wearing pants to these. You know what
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah. Wow.
You break the rules one more time, you're just not going to get invited anymore.
What is this? Some kind of cult? Okay. I think
So anyways,
So, Master or non, do you want to tell us the plot?
well, I can start, and then
Yep.
we'll go from there. It opens very nicely with a young woman and young man being chased out of a house, which also seems to be in the middle of nowhere.
also screaming.
Oh, yeah, screaming bloody murder because they're being murdered.
Yes.
We, the audience, don't really know why yet. But the young man runs off into the bush towards a certain location. We'll find out a little bit later. And the two people that are pursuing this young couple, I assume they're a couple, proceed to burn the young woman to death
After shooting her.
after
Yeah, they
shooting.
shoot her in the back with a shotgun, if I remember correctly.
As she's running out of the house.
Yeah.
And
then they burn the body.
They do.
I think we learn later on that she picked up the young guy got away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said later on that he didn't know what was going on. He just
Oh yeah,
they
these young
used her as a
they're-
lure.
yeah, they're definitely there for a purpose.
He thought it was a meth house.
Yeah. It turned out to be a little bit more than he bargained for. But the people
There
doing the
was
murdering are the older fellow states that he won't get far, and then I assume I guess they do get in their pickup truck and pursue him.
Yep. And then it cuts to our main protagonist in his squad car, having a little chat with the dispatcher.
Yeah, Daniel. I think he's not a sheriff, just Officer Daniel, deputy.
Yep. And we see Meth Head stumble out of the bush onto the 2-lane road, and he, of course, assumes that the wastoid is wasted.
Yeah. Isn't it a little cold to be out here?
Yeah, he's rolling around on the ground.
Yeah.
That's
So-
what meth heads do, don't they? They go out in country roads and pass out on the freeway or on country road
Sometimes.
from
yeah.
using heavy drugs.
I mean, they wander. It happens.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I
He
guess.
might have scored off a Bigfoot or something. You don't know. So yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
Deputy Daniel sighs to himself and picks the meth head up and radios it in. He's talking with dispatch, and they inform him that the next hospital, I think they inform him of this, that the next hospital is far too far away, or I think he decides that it's 20 to 30 minutes away.
Yeah,
Or
he
he
says,
decides,
I don't think he's gonna make it that
Yeah.
far, so he
He-
decides to go to the small, still open, half burned down,
Barely
emergency. Barely
There's
open.
a staff of 6 people there.
Is there even 6? There's
Uh,
only 4.
4 to
doctor?
6.
The
well,
doctor and the 3 nurses.
Yeah, there are 6 people there.
Yes, there are 6 people there, though. Yes.
Yeah, so this is where we see Precinct 13, because in that it's the police station which is shutting down, and
Understaffed.
and there's a skeleton staff there, which basically it's a last shift and it's going to be easy, and it doesn't turn out to be that way.
Yeah, just boxing up files. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
So should we go through sort of the group of people in the hospital?
Briefly. I mean,
Alright, so we got-
there are a couple of nurses, one of them being the wife, or I assume soon to be ex-wife, or maybe soon to be ex-wife of Deputy Daniel. Alice.
She's the head nurse,
Yeah.
and then she's got a student, an intern who doesn't know Jack about Jack.
No, and she doesn't seem to want to either. She's kind of irritating. Intern Kim.
Yeah, intern Kim. And then there's one other nurse whose name escapes me. Do you remember?
Beverly.
Beverly.
Bev, yeah.
There is a single patient in a hospital bed, and then a pregnant girl and her grandfather.
Yes, and the doctor, the
And
head
the
doctor, who is still
The one doctor on staff.
Dr. Powell.
Who's obviously a very, very good guy.
Oh.
He's such a sweet old man. Watch the movie.
Yeah. Super.
He's like the nicest. It's so sad what happens to him.
Yeah, anybody out there, if you think your grandfather is nice, you haven't met Dr. Powell.
No.
So,
So there's 7 people in this hospital when Deputy Daniel barges in with Meth Head, who starts wigging out the second they get into the hospital, pretty much. And I think they take him off to try to sedate him. And at this point, Kim is...
they handcuff him to a gurney, don't they? From memory,
yes,
or bed?
They handcuff him to the bed and sedate him, and Deputy Daniels informed he won't be allowed to talk to him for a while. Obviously...
he's out of it.
He's out for a bit.
And then we see a little bit between the nurse and the cop, and figure out that they've had a relationship. They had a child that died, didn't they? Or
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I've seen her somewhere before. I can't remember where the actress I'm talking about. The first time I saw this about 2 years ago, I immediately knew where I'd seen her before. So it must have been a TV show or another movie or something. But I can't remember where I've seen her now. So,
well, she was in...
I didn't recognize any of the other actors.
She was in Patriot, Survival of the Dead.
Not sure.
I'm just looking at her IMDb right now.
Anyway, that doesn't matter. But yeah, we established that they were together and they've lost a child and now they're breaking up. And, so it's that love gone wrong thing, not because of anything they did, but because of circumstances. So they probably still love each other, but
I think they clearly do. It's just, I think it's just tough to see each other based on
it'd be really
hard. The mutual loss. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be really hard.
But there's definitely still something going on there, and that becomes important later on in the film.
Well, yeah, he makes a comment. You're being awfully friendly.
Yeah.
I guess she's not been particularly nice since the incident happened. So
no.
They didn't go to a cabin in the woods, I take it, like Antichrist.
No. I mean, they should have.
They needed that therapy session. It worked out so well for them.
Well, the cops walking okay, so I assume they didn't do the Antichrist.
It's not bow-legged.
The Antichrist method.
His dick's not broken.
Well, we don't know that, but...
Oh, well, that's true.
So yeah, we have a little bit of character building, and then from memory we go to the first Cthulhu type incident, don't we?
Yeah, I guess we've seen Kim and Cliff. Cliff is the young patient at the hospital.
Yeah.
And intern Kim is just talking with him. I guess she thinks he's cute or whatever.
Or she's bored.
Yeah, she just seems just incredibly bored with the whole situation.
Yeah, she's reading her books and trying to do as little as possible, basically.
But there's probably not much to do there, realistically. I mean,
Box
6
files.
people in the whole thing.
You're supposed to be boxing files, Kim.
Computers,
boring.
files.
Yeah.
So we see Officer. Does he go to find Beverly because the two have stumbled in there at this point? or have they not shown up yet?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I think he just goes to check on Cliff.
I think they're there at this point.
Oh, the murdering two.
Yeah, the murder brothers. I think they've crashed the party, and that's why he's gone to find Beverly and make sure everybody's okay. Because this is the point they notice the cult members outside.
Yeah.
Don't we have the nurse freak out first?
We do. I think we do.
Yeah.
This
we,
is
we have the nurse have the Cthulhu incident first, and that's when they go outside after that.
Daniel he goes to check on Cliff or the nurse. I actually can't really remember, but Nurse Beverly we see is in the process of murdering Cliff with a scalpel to the eye.
And scissors.
Oh, scissors. I don't know why I keep thinking that's a scalpel.
Because the scalpel comes later. So she's put the scissors right through his eye, and Daniel's obviously distressed, and he's trying to talk her down. He doesn't know what the hell's wrong with her, and she keeps saying, "It's not my face. This isn't my face." As she cuts a big chunk of her cheek off with scissors.
She's using the Antichrist method.
Yes. Yes. So she's removed a large portion of her face. You can see the skin is missing, and then she comes at Daniel with the scissors, and he shoots her.
Yeah, in a moment of panic, he tells her to stop several times, and
hey man, I'm with him. Shoot her.
I mean,
another movie this reminds me slightly of Event Horizon.
Oh yeah, I definitely got Event Horizon vibes, mostly from the ending. But yeah, I almost picked that movie for this.
Oh, it is a great movie.
I really liked it. It was a toss-up between Event Horizon and The Void. I chose The Void only because it's more recent.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
It's the only reason why.
I'm sure we will get to Event Horizon eventually.
I think so. Yeah, great film, but yeah, definitely has that chaotic vibe to it.
Eventually,
I saw Event Horizon in the theater. I thought it was amazing.
Oh, in '97. Wow, nice.
Yeah, I watched it again recently, and I gotta say the only fault I find with it is the CGI does not stand up.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's tough. Isn't that tough when you go back to a film that's actually quite good? Dark City is another film where a lot of the effects just don't hold up, the ones that aren't physical.
Just a quick question before we get back to the movie. Do you think certain movies like that should have tweaked or fixed CGI? Or do you think they should be left the way they are?
Well, both. I think with the advent of Blu-ray and 4K Blu-ray and high-definition streaming, I honestly, if the budget is there and the time is there and the demand is there, I see no reason why both can't exist.
Yeah.
So
release both.
I would certainly love to see older films that were very CG heavy be re-released with remastered, redone CG. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But I also still want modern high definition access to the original version.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's a fair answer.
Yeah. So both, right down the middle. Absolutely. If they have the budget and the time and the desire to do so, I think any film should be remastered in that way. Totally.
So yeah, anyway, especially with things like removing bad compositing, when you've got bad blue screen with the outlines and
even more modern films like The Matrix. I'm sure you know what scene I'm talking about. The helicopter hanging scene.
Well, I recently watched the second Indiana Jones movie, Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
And I've always been a bit disappointed with that movie, but I actually really enjoyed watching it again because I hadn't watched it in probably well over a decade.
Oh, wow.
But one thing that stood out to me is some of the compositing, some of the obvious blue screen stuff, which has been stuck on top of other stuff. And you can just see a line around it which I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed 20, 30 years ago. But
Yeah.
with the way things have improved,
Mhm.
it's those things stand out now like a sore thumb.
Well,
I
Star
know
Wars
exactly.
has a ton of that.
Star Wars had a ton of that in 1977, though, too. You could see the blocks around.
Yeah.
Which is it's just a product of its time. But Bane, certainly I understand what you're saying, and I think now that I'm sure you watched the film in HD, that could be part of the problem too.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they truly remastered that, and really digitally reworked those scenes, I think it could be I don't want to say better film, but it could be an improved film, if that makes sense. I know those words mean basically the same thing, but
Less distracting.
yeah, it won't pull you out as a modern viewer. I think if you were watching that movie on VHS on a CRT TV, I don't think you would notice.
No, you're right. You're right.
Can I tell the two of you something that'll upset you? A friend of mine actually said he thought that the special effects in The Thing were cheesy and fake looking.
You mean former friend?
Yeah. Yeah. I can't even.
Yeah, those effects I think have only improved.
Yeah,
they still stand up.
They do
it's because it's puppetry.
As technology has improved, those effects have only gotten better.
Yeah.
You just see more detail and more movement and things you didn't even pick up before.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's real. It's actually there. They can actually touch and interact with it, unlike CG, where they have to try to make the CG interact with the actor.
Yeah.
I think the best thing with modern movies is when you get the CG and the practical to such a point that you can't tell one from the other. And it's a mix.
Fury Road.
Yeah, it's a mix of the two. I think that's the best option.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park did that very well in 1993.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But when it's just CG, it can stick out, and I think the practical effects from The Thing most definitely still stand up. I can't think of a movie from that time period with such special effects which still look as good.
You know, we need more men in rubber suits.
Alien, I think, still looks just as good.
I would argue the effects aren't as extensive as The Thing. They're not as
true.
body morphing, you know.
They can be comparable, but yeah, only to an extent. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm thinking more things like I haven't watched it in years, but American Werewolf in London.
Also, it still looks amazing, I think.
Yeah.
I understand. More effects heavy. Yeah, Alien was more of a it's a horror film, but it's more of a drama when not.
But it's mainly a guy in a suit too, and we barely see the alien for most of it. But I mean things with movable puppets and things like that, like in The Thing. It still stands up. Maybe the other comparison would be Yoda in The Empire Strikes Back.
Amazing puppet. Yeah.
But most of the puppetry special effects from that time stick out these days.
They do, yeah.
They certainly can, yeah.
And I do think it's partly due to HD, but it's also the fact that we've been spoilt with such amazing special effects in the last, say, decade.
And amazing CG in general too. I should mention there's some that, like Bane was saying before, there's some CG that we can't even tell that it's CG. It's that good.
Yeah.
Mad Max Fury Road being a good example. Most of that movie is CG.
Yeah, and it looks amazing.
85% of that movie is CG. But you can't tell. I'd be hard pressed for anybody to watch that in 4K without knowing that it's CG. Most people would assume it's all practical. It looks that good.
Oh man,
when you can't tell the difference between a practical effect and a CG effect, that's when they've really nailed it, basically.
Yeah, and very, very, very few films do that. So
I would have cut my friend some slack if he was young and he'd been raised on, modern technology, but he's older than Master and On. There's no excuse.
There's no excuse for this
There's
heresy.
no excuse for that level of heresy coming out of a 35-year-old man's mouth. I'm so upset.
Former friend.
Yes, we're not friends anymore.
Speaking of heresy, this is essentially when the cult members show up.
Yes.
I was going to say we should go back to the plot at some point.
Yeah.
So you've missed one small bit. She cuts her face off and stabs him in the eye, and then the cop has no choice but to shoot her.
Yep.
Yep.
So we don't
And-
see the body again for a little bit.
Yeah, and another cop turns up. He's the
State
superior.
trooper.
Yeah, and he takes the gun off the officer, the main character.
Who's very shaken at this point, rightfully
Yeah,
so.
yeah, because
just
he knew
shot
the
up.
nurse. So
Yeah.
And he's just killed the person, whether he knew her or not. That would be very, very difficult to deal with, I think.
and they're blaming the junkie guy, thinking he must have slipped or something, or
Yeah. Which I'm honestly,
driven her
if
crazy.
she was acting, that would be a logical way to go. Especially if you'd known or if you'd known her for a really long time, she'd never been abnormal. All of a
yeah,
sudden, cutting off her face.
yeah, she was experiencing a very, very bad meth trip at best, it seems. So
Yeah, if you got option A, someone's drugged her, or option B, it's Cthulhu's.
I would assume that the junkie, the apparent junkie that just came into the hospital.
He's definitely a junkie. They confirmed that because
Yeah.
he's covered.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I would assume that too. That he's given her
Definitely.
something, or something, but not Cthulhu.
Not yet, not yet. Anyway,
Yeah.
It's a little outside the realms of possibility.
Hmm.
so it's at this point that the main cop guy goes outside to his car. I can't remember where he goes at. Is it the Radio Inn or something?
I think so.
Yeah, and that's when we get the cult members out there.
Yes.
But we get murder couples stumble in, murder brothers.
Yeah, they
They-
stumble in.
And
Well, they
and-
stumble in after he goes out. This is actually, they come in quite a bit after Deputy
around-
Daniel goes
Isn't
out
it-
for the first time.
Isn't it around the same time? He goes out for the first time.
He goes out for the first time and encounters the cult member, and he
He
flashes.
encounters-
He's the cult member stabs him very slowly. Oh man, that scene made me cringe.
Yeah, so that's his first what the fuck moment.
The radio's not.
Because I mean, the nurse flipping out that's obviously going to freak you out, but there's a logical explanation for it. She's on the junkie gave her something, right?
Yeah.
But then he goes out and there's all these guys standing around in their
And what?
fucking white robes.
But there's only one. He only sees the one.
Yes, at the
Yeah,
beginning.
it's just the
Sorry, you're right. Yeah.
So
I'm thinking
he-
of the later scene with all the
Oh,
others.
It's a very, very effective scene. It's done very well. All of a sudden, there's a horn. Like I don't know what you'd call that sound.
nightmare fuel.
Yeah, and then the cult member rushes him with a hunting knife and wrestles him to the ground and slowly stabs him just above his left rib cage.
Yeah, right between his collarbone and rib and shoulder.
Yeah,
Like-
and goes in a couple of inches. It's actually a very, very significant wound. You wouldn't think so from looking at it, but he wrestles him off and fights his way back inside the hospital. The cult member doesn't follow him, and he begins to bleed out.
So at this point, there's doctors and nurses on staff, so they get him patched up.
Allison is freaking out,
It's freaking out.
obviously.
This is, I think, the point we get a cut to the nurse's body.
Yes, this is where the cut. This is the tentacle cut we were talking about.
So there's tentacles coming out of her face,
Yeah.
and then there's
Which
another.
Usually that's a sign that something's wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
usually
I'm not a doctor, okay? I've never been to medical school, but usually tentacles coming out of your face is a sign that maybe you're not all that well.
you know what? I agree with you, but the unfortunate thing is the audience are the only people that are seeing this right now. So everybody else is unaware.
Yeah, she should probably
Yeah.
see Dr.
For a little while.
For a little while.
He could probably help her. So they managed to patch him up, and then not too long after, they all hear screaming from Meth Head's room.
Yes.
So they rush off to see what the hell Meth Head's problem is, and he's upturned his bed, and there's a large gooey creature in the room with him.
Obviously, formerly Nurse Beverly.
Yep. I don't know how else to describe it other than large gooey creature.
Yeah.
I gotta say, if you have practical effects and you really want them to look more realistic, and I think From Beyond does this excellently. Buy buckets and buckets of KY jelly.
Yeah, make everything shiny and goopy.
Absolutely.
It just makes it look less rubbery and more fleshy.
Or gross.
Well, yeah. Well, you want
Sweat.
your Cthulhu creatures to look gross. You
It's
don't want
true.
them.
So,
Yeah, you don't want them to look, happy and nice. So.
well, Officer Daniel rescues Meth Head, kicks the gurney, so that he can get the handcuffs off, drag him out, and recuff him to, I think just
Just a railing.
yeah, one of those old people grab bars they have in hospitals.
I should mention in this scene though, Daniel is pretty brave. He pushes his superior, the sheriff, I assume, out of the room, so he can calmly close the door and lock it off.
They don't even lock it; they just close the door and hope that thing doesn't come out.
Yeah. No, I just thought I should mention that. I really, at the beginning, I got the idea that the first time I saw the movie, I got the idea that Daniel was a bit of a buffoon.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but
well, his superior said you're not like your father. He was a good cop or something like that. So
yeah, but this scene during first viewing was like, holy shit, Daniel's a badass. Like, he's pretty calm under pressure, especially since he just killed a woman that he knew.
Yeah.
And he's still functioning in this situation. That's pretty exemplary.
He actually passed out from the shock of that.
From being stabbed, yeah. And then he woke up, and here he is with a basic suture in his shoulder, and he's just taking charge of the situation. It's pretty cool.
He's our movie's badass.
Yeah.
So at this point, while shit's all hitting the fan with weird gooey creature, we have now the Murder Brothers stumble in, all obnoxious and guns ablazing.
Hold on, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're father and son, aren't they?
No. He found that boy.
Oh, okay, but he's raised him like
it hasn't been long. He still has
okay. Yep.
He rescued him from that house.
I get the idea that the young man definitely thinks of him as a father, even though they probably haven't known him. Yeah.
Yeah, he rescued him from those people, the cultists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who we now find out have surrounded the hospital.
Yeah, in another chilling scene when they look out of the front glass doors to see all of the cult members. If you suspend disbelief, it can send shivers up your spine.
Also, kudos to the actor that plays Daniel here. He puts his hand on his hip for his gun, even though it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
I think of Bob Wood just in muscle memory.
So I guess this scene echoes a little bit the last movie we'll be reviewing.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'd say the difference is that with the mist, that it's more dangerous to go out than with the void.
Well, yeah.
Without
getting too much into it, yeah. I mean, with the void, there is just as in the mist, there is the threat of the unknown.
Yep.
There are obviously several dozen cultists just outside, probably ready to kidnap, put back into the hospital, or kill whoever comes
I
out.
think I would argue, maybe we can have this discussion after we get into the mist a little bit, but I think the mist is far more forgiving. I think you could get around in it a little bit more than, because it's the second they go outside, they're seen. It's just a big concrete parking lot surrounded by cultists. There is no sneaking around or sneaking out.
Yeah, but if you get into a car, for example, and manage to start it, right, you'd get away pretty quickly.
In the mist, but
in the void.
How many cultists there are?
Yeah.
How far does this reach? Just how far does this go? What is beyond the tree line at this point?
I assume if you got on a freeway or a main road or something, you'd be able to get away. Whereas the mist, you don't know how far the mist goes.
Well, judging from what Beverly turned into and what we learn at the end of the film, it seems that the ritual has already started in full.
Mm.
With the birthing ritual that we'll find out about a little bit later. I theorize that outside of that hospital is quite literally a void. I know that's not what the title of the film is referring to, but I don't think they can get away at this point. I think they're finished. I think the ritual or whatever it is has already started.
The reason I would argue against that is because we see them go into the alternate dimension in the basement of the hospital.
Well, that's much later, but yes.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they're clearly not in alternate dimension at this point. They're still in reality. They could get away, I think.
No, but isn't the purpose to open the doorway between the two? So how much is leaking through?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's begun.
Yeah. There's some kind of ritual happening.
Localized influence, we'll call it.
Yeah.
But I think it's limited to the probably the basement. Also, it's possible she was a cultist, right?
It is possible.
Considering how many of the people in the hospital end up being cultists later.
Yeah, I will say that even if one got into a car outside of the hospital, I'm pretty sure the cultists can drive.
Well, yeah,
that's true. That's true.
And pursue. The creatures in the mist are pretty stupid.
Yeah, the second you're in a car, you're invisible to them.
Yeah,
I think I'd prefer to be in a car chase though than to tackle the mist. But we'll get to the mist eventually.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so they come in, gunman in his mute son, and stress everybody the fuck out even more, and threaten Meth Head, which gets, and actually the Meth Head grabs pregnant girl and tries to use her as a human shield.
Yeah, that scene made me cringe.
Yeah. And at this point, Dr. Powell tries to calm him down because he's such a lovely man. And he tries to gently take the scalpel away. This is where you keep thinking scalpel. Because he has a scalpel.
Yes.
And he proceeds to stab him in the fucking throat.
Right in the jugular.
Right in the jugular. So he bleeds out in minutes.
Usually that's not good, by the way.
Yeah, just putting that out there. Spoilers.
Don't get a scalpel stuck in your neck. It's probably
don't do it for fun, kids. Just saying.
Spoilers.
Anyway.
So we've got three people down now at this point. Yep. And
Doctor's dead.
Doctor's dead, which that's not good. So
now I'm sure we'll never see him again.
There's no doctor, and there's only the head nurse and an intern who doesn't know jack shit about jack shit, and a very, very pregnant girl who's having contractions.
Well, yeah, she seems to be at least 8.5 months pregnant, and
she's ready to pop.
The stress of the situation, she's ready to pop.
So, and now we've found that the entire hospital is surrounded in cultists. So they kind of have a big fisticuffs over Meth Head, and he gets re handcuffed to that guardrail, and they all go to convene in another area of the hospital.
They argue about who gets guns. The interlopers, the older fellow and his mute son, they want to be in charge
because they know what the hell's going on.
They know what the cultists are, kind of.
They at least know that something.
To some degree.
Yeah.
And Daniel tells them, "Okay, there's a shotgun in my car. It's not far.
Oh.
If we all go, we can probably get it, and then you can have it."
See, that scene when they go out is proof that things are starting to turn.
Yeah, because they all go out, and we saw him park his cruiser feet from the door.
Yes.
10 feet from the emergency room doors.
It is now 100 feet from the doors in the middle of the parking lot.
Yeah, which, I mean, the cultists could have moved it, but honestly, if
the parking lot is bigger now.
Yeah, if they were going to move it, I would have assumed that they would.
Yeah, the tree line is further away.
Yeah, everything's further away. It's almost like the outside world has expanded around the hospital.
Yes, so certainly the cultists, being human, certainly could have moved the car, but in this case, that I don't think that was the case.
Yeah, again, if they could have,
one, there are no keys in the car, and two, I mean, it's clearly
they never broke into it.
No, so something's going on.
All right, so they get outside, and now they're all bitching. The guy, well, the two that can speak, anyways, they're bitching at each other. I thought you said it was parked close. It was. And mute boy just decides, fuck it, I'm going for it. And the other two follow after him. They get to the car, and this is rather intense. It's very stressful. It's a nail biter because there's nothing around them at all. They can't see any of the cultists at this point. It's very quiet.
Nope, nobody's there.
The mute kid is in the back seat or in the trunk getting ammunition, and Daniel's in the front seat wrestling with the shotgun. And I don't know if you've ever seen a police car. They have a locking mechanism in the middle of the front seat.
Yes.
So you have to unlock it in order to remove the gun.
And yeah, most police cars, even in Canada, they do have a shotgun in the front seat.
Yep,
so.
they have a short shotgun in the front seat. So he's wrestling with that, and then we start seeing the cultists coming out. They start slowly emerging, and then that's just eerie because they're wearing all white and everything is dark.
Yeah, there's a very, very, very nice contrast there.
So
it makes them stand out as monsters.
Yeah, sort of like a good black and white movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're very, very prominent in whatever scenes they're in outside.
One of them has managed to sneak up right behind Mute Man.
Yeah. Who gets a butt of a gun to the face because Daniel's man managed to wrestle it free, and they start booking it back for the hospital. And at which point Daniel says, "I'm keeping the gun."
Yeah, that scene made me laugh. I think that was the intention, but
yeah, it was supposed to be
a little bit
of levity. It's my gun now. I have it. Take it from me, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like Daniel. I like his character a lot.
So they get back in the hospital and have discovered that Allison has disappeared to try to get medicines and such to help the very, very pregnant girl because she's having contractions and she's in a lot of pain.
This is after Daniel had a very intense, brief discussion with Allison. Please don't go without me. I'll be right back.
He went to get the gun to go with her to help her get this medication. And we do get a scene cut somewhere in there. I can't remember exactly where the cut was of her in the supply room getting all these medications and then somebody grabbing her.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly where that is, but yes.
It's happened somewhere in that little time frame. It's very short. Everything's all happening on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
So the three of them decide they have to go after her. And intern Kim is freaking out.
I was totally surprised at that. That seems so out of character for her.
I know, she's been so stoic and proper and very professional throughout.
She's super freaking out now. Super freaking.
You hated her, didn't you?
I don't know what to do.
Now, come on, you always need a character like that
Oh.
in one of these movies.
And then she doesn't die. It's even worse.
Spoilers.
Ah. Anyway. So she's wigging out because she doesn't want to look after the pregnant girl because she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. But they leave her anyways, and they give grandfather a gun to protect the two of the girls with. And they basically leave. And then they go to the supply room and find out that Allison is not there. They find the bag on the floor. Now they do bring those supplies back before.
Is this before or after the not so mysterious phone call?
Yeah, this is before.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Who is this?
You have the wrong number.
It's a running joke from about 4 episodes ago.
Every episode now forever.
No one's going
Run
to get.
forever.
Oh god. So they bring the supplies back, and at this point, they've decided that for some reason oh no, this is the phone call happens in between there. You're right. They pick the supplies up to bring them back, and when they're bringing them back, they get a random phone call in one of the phones, and lo and behold, it's Dr. Powell.
Dum dum dum.
He's somehow managed to survive a stab to the fucking jugular.
Yes,
Oh,
after-
it's not that harmful. Go ahead, kids. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, what were we thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's such a nice old man. He tells them that he's got Allison. He's looking after her down in the morgue. Because why?
Yeah. What could be wrong with that?
Why wouldn't you take a young lady down to the morgue to look after her? That's like the safe.
That's what I do.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. It depends how she wants to be looked after. But
It's just a nice first date.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that's when they decide they have to go and rescue her in the basement. So they go back. They give Kim all the stuff she needs, and she's still freaking out because she has no idea what the fuck she's doing.
Oh, hold on. I think we've missed something, haven't we? What about the Cthulhu creature they
That
kill
happens
with
on
an axe?
their way down,
mm-hmm.
just before they get to the stairs.
Ah, okay. Yep.
That's coming up.
Good.
So they dump off all the medications and stuff, and we get a scene with I think with Kim on the radio giving them directions from where they're situated, still in the office area of the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And as she's directing them to where the morgue is, they run into Nurse Beverly, who's she's got some plastic surgery and she looks really good.
Yeah. Must have been a time jump. I mean,
She got some tentacles and a little more hair, and
Well, tentacles are in at the moment.
and so you got like this giant growth on her back, and
Yeah.
sort of a dog-headed thing growing out the top of her head. It's just really sexy.
Yeah, very, very much reminiscent of the Thing.
Yeah, oh, very the Thing, and gooey because
Yeah. And also From Beyond. We see similar things from
more gooey,
Beyond. Yeah. Gooey.
gooey,
Cronenberg inspired
wet.
body horror. Yeah.
It's wet. Everything looks wet and moist.
well, I mean, Cronenberg himself was heavily inspired by Lovecraft, so
You're
there's that.
Cronenberg was heavily wet.
Well, I mean,
Well, he probably was. I don't know.
have you seen Videodrome? Come on,
Oh no, yeah, that was wet too.
it was.
Everything's wet. So they have a little battle with the very wet Beverly,
Huh?
very gooey Beverly, and they manage to kill her again.
With an axe blow to the head.
Mm-hmm. No, I think
And a bullet to the
I was going to say shot
growing thing, at the back of the head or back or whatever it is.
growth.
Yeah. It explodes and blood splatters over the wall.
It's extra gooey.
Extra gooey.
It's
Extra
like
gooey blood.
Who's that fucking guy that used to smash watermelons with a big hammer? Like that.
Yeah, it's just like that,
Yeah.
only with Cthulhu.
Because
And a
it's a
shotgun.
watermelon. And it's got tentacles. It's a tentacly watermelon.
That's racist.
You're racist.
I am not. I was trying to think of a funny response, but I couldn't think of one.
No, I'm not.
No, you!
My goodness.
You are! I know what you are. What am I?
Ah.
We got into the schoolyard insults now, everybody. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so they explode the watermelon with tentacles, and they start making their way down to the morgue.
Down, there are stairs here where there weren't any before.
No, not yet. There's one set of stairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so she tells them to go down one set of stairs, and they're on the radio with her and go, okay, so there's this really long hallway, and she goes, that shouldn't be there. There's only the one set of stairs.
Yeah.
So they're in the burnt areas of the hospital now, and they find a freshly dragged something through the ashes.
A freshly dragged gooey.
No. That's probably Allison, because there's no goo left behind. They freshly dragged Allison through the ashes, and this is when they discovered the second set of stairs. And Kim's saying there's only one set of stairs, so they go down the extra set of stairs into what I can only describe as actual hell.
Yes, someone's been doing a bit of renovation work in the basement of the hospital. I wonder who it could be.
Well, yeah, pentagrams, incantations, the normal stuff,
Yeah,
They're
Cthulhu, Walking Dead.
Yeah.
experimental surgery,
As you do.
and
Well, that's what I do in my basement. I don't know about you guys.
really, have you managed to create anything?
I won't say on air, but yeah.
I'll fix that. So, anyways, we stumble across a number of creations.
Yes, it's an interesting way of putting it. I like the one who's headbutting the pipe.
Yes, trying to kill itself.
Yeah,
Apparently, yeah.
Itself.
And somehow it not having any eyes or, most of a brain,
You can see.
senses them.
Yeah, you can see clearly through it.
The effects in this scene are awesome.
They are.
so we should describe it just in case someone is foolish enough to listen to this without actually watching it first. Did we mention there were going to be spoilers at some point? I think we did.
I think we did, but there will be spoilers.
Yeah, there's a pipe coming out the wall, and the living dead Cthulhu-esque creature, which is still fairly human, has been headbutting the pipe, trying to kill itself to the point where it's got a massive gash right through its head, and the pipe where the pipe goes, like right through and out the other side.
Yep.
And it's obviously been doing this for who knows how long. Could be weeks, could be months.
Could have been years.
Well, I don't know if it'd be that long, because the fire was fairly recent. So
Yes, but he said they caused the fire.
yeah. So it's only a recent thing that they've been down there. So
Down there, they're the ones that caused the fire.
yeah, but that's only recent in like the last month or two, I'd expect.
Well, he said his daughter died like years ago, and he'd been doing it for that long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he figured out how to Cthulhu people overnight, though.
No, but I mean, it could have been at least a little while. It could be in a year or so. Doesn't matter. Semantics.
I say a couple of months at most. There. Anyway, what do you think,
Bitch.
BMA? What do you think?
I really have nothing to add to that.
Take my
I feel as if the time is irrelevant.
All right, that's
Kind
fair
of
enough. Anyway,
kind of the whole point, but yeah.
Oh,
he's been. The point is, he's been doing it for a little while, and he's not dead, even though he hasn't got much of a brain left.
or face.
And yeah, and he somehow senses it, maybe hears them, who knows, and turns to them, which is a pretty creepy moment.
Yeah.
The camera stays focused on its head, and as it turns, the hole it's smashed through its own face allows us to see the three main characters at this point through its head.
Very nicely shot.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's followed by a stirring in the background, which shows that there's lots of others down there too.
of course.
So, just to ruin maybe both of your days about how long this has been going on, though, there is a picture later on that shows up that shows Dr. Powell and his daughter, and Dr. Powell is very, very, very young.
I win.
No, you don't.
I do so.
I'm just putting that out. His daughter died when he was still very young, probably before he had a single gray hair on his head.
I win.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's had Cthulhu creatures down there for
How
20
long
years.
are you
I assume that he's been trying this for a long time, and he's only recently succeeded. That's what
There you go. There you go.
I think he's been trying to do this for probably 20 years, maybe 25.
How recently?
But very, very recently. But again, the cult, we never really, really find out the beginnings of the cult. Is he... because Dr. Powell certainly
I
didn't
want to
start
know
the
how
cult.
long that creature was face fucking that pipe so I could.
Well, I mean...
Face fucking that pipe. There's a term you don't hear every day. Unless you're on Pornhub.
You need a girlfriend.
Don't make me search that on Pornhub. Oh, wait,
I'm sure you'll find something.
I'm probably I'm not going to do that.
I'm pretty sure most of those girls who face fucked a pipe or two in their day.
Pipe, face fuck. Oh, it's just it would just be meth porn. Oh, it'd be meth heads. Oh no. Oh. Anyway,
Depends what type of pipe it is, I guess. But anyway, moving on. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Did he contact them, or they contact him, or did he create them?
I think he created them because he is their leader.
How do you know?
It's friggin' obvious.
Part of me thinks they're hardly related at all. I personally think that the cult may even be another cult that's not even related to it and wants to stop him.
Why the hell's he drawing triangles?
No, but we see them later on down in the.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But I think that the cult is probably an ancient cult.
He transcends into Black Jesus.
He does, but the great old one, or whatever it is that he speaks with, is probably one of the more egomaniacal type.
But is it a recent reincarnation of an ancient cult?
Maybe
a revival.
Maybe
they found him and used him because of his grieving for his daughter.
Maybe. I mean, it's impossible to say. All I know is that he is successful. I mean, clearly.
Well, yeah. I mean, he just came back from the dead.
He did.
Well, yep. So just to recap, Mad Doctor, well, not Mad at the time, but Dr. Loser's daughter either creates or joins cult to communicate with ancient old one in other dimension, tries to somehow resurrect living flesh. So it's a bit of Reanimator in there as well, I guess.
A little bit, yeah.
He's trying to create life so he can bring his daughter's soul back. I think.
Yeah, he's trying to transcend death, basically.
Yeah, and this god, whatever it is, gives him the power to do that.
Yep, and he's got the shall we call them Cthulhu abortions in the basement?
Yeah, failed experiments. Yeah. Some of them probably were aborted, and some of them just didn't work out. So
well, they obviously worked. They
well, not the way he intended.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
see, he got this. Don't forget, he got this. Certain someone who's about to pop on board with this whole thing.
he needed a pregnant girl in order to make the actual thing he wanted to do work.
And there's a little, I guess, there's a little bit of Charles Dexter Ward in there too, which was another Lovecraft story.
Certainly one of my favorites.
Yeah, I love that story. It is
Isn't it great?
an amazing story. Yeah.
So
But yeah, there were, I guess you could say, Cthulhu abortions in that too, because there were ones that didn't turn out right, experiments, if you remember.
To put it mildly, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I certainly remember. Yeah, I read that just a few months ago again. So.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a very good story.
That's the one I reread more than anything. Even more than like the Call of Cthulhu or like Reanimator or anything.
Yeah, I think that one and the Innsmouth one are probably my two favorite Lovecraft stories.
Yeah, At the Mountains of Madness is good too.
Mm.
The Call of Cthulhu actually is good. It's his most famous work, but I don't reread that one so often because it's very short and I remember most of it. So,
yeah.
But yeah. Anyway,
so at this point, we get a cut to Allison. And we get to see what she's been going through, and she gets a nice monologue from Dr. Powell, who's standing
explains his motivation.
Yes, about his daughter and everything. And he talks in detail about her daughter or her son, who we find out the gory, gruesome details was strangled by the umbilical cord during birth and died. And he's in shadow through this whole thing, and we see him sort of doing something with surgical tools, but it's really unclear as to what he is doing up until the point he backs away from this pan, and we can see inside the pan, and it's his face.
Yes.
His face skin floating in a solution, and he turns to her, and he's removed the skin on his hands and face, and he pulls back the sheet she's been covered with to reveal a very pregnant belly that is protruding with a thing of some kind.
I'm sure it's a totally natural pregnancy.
I mean, this is how Jesus was born too, so.
No one's going to find that offensive.
Is this a factual account of Jesus's birth? Because
no, she's not a virgin, so that's probably why. That's why it came out all fucked up. It's because she's a whore.
Oh.
Oh no.
So horrified Allison's very pregnant with the next Cthulhu abortion.
Yeah, just what? So she's a whore because she was married and lost a child, and
we don't know they were married.
Now has a monster impregnated into her.
She wasn't a virgin when they tried to impregnate her with Jesus. She wasn't supposed to do the whole baby thing.
I don't think it's actually Jesus though.
It's a little tentaclier than Jesus, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know how many tentacles Jesus had, but
I mean maybe a little.
Was Jesus slimy? I think that.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you're right then. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Anyway, why wouldn't Jesus be slimy?
So she gives birth to Jesus.
Well, it was in a desert, so the slime could dry out pretty quickly.
Jesus.
What?
She gives birth to slimy Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who hasn't though?
I mean, I don't know about you, but I haven't. I'm too much of a whore.
Anyway, going back to the plot. Lots of monsters in the basement.
And Daniel manages to get away and go down another set of stairs, which he discovers the operating room that we just seen Allison in, but it's now empty, and there are a bunch of, what would you call those things.
Monoliths? I don't know.
I don't know. They're not. I wouldn't call them like slimy tentacles because they're rigid.
No.
But he stands at this weird thing and has a flashback to when she was pregnant with their son, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's really sad.
It is, actually, yeah. Have we gotten to the point where crazy old man and mute son have a bit of a hallucination?
Yeah, that's happening. That's happening in the meantime.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to the cut yet. That happens first. It's hard to tell. A lot of this stuff happens all on top of each other. It gets a little muddied.
Yeah, that's definitely the cult's influence there, though.
Yeah. So we get a cut to them, so we can see back at the farm that older gun happy dude has hallucinated himself into the farmhouse again that he rescued that kid from, and it's his family's farm, I think, and his whole family's dead.
Yeah.
And he is hallucinating, and he's blaming him for everything and all them being dead, and you must have been in on it, and they have a moment and I guess break free of the hallucination.
Yeah, I assume that it's the cult trying to stop them from
Helping Daniel.
Yeah, at this point.
The cult or the entity?
Yeah, you know what? It's probably the entity. I don't know how. Judging from Lovecraft stories, I don't know how much the entity cares about all these people. Like, maybe,
No, he doesn't.
Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, often they're indifferent, and sometimes they want access to our world, but usually they just like, oh, okay, you worship me. Thanks, I guess.
I think in this case, maybe I'm reading something into it, but I think the entity wants access. Isn't that the whole thing of the cult? Well, at least the cult wants it to come through.
Well, I think the cult wants to get to it more than anything else for whatever.
But maybe if you open the doorway, then it bleeds in anyway. So
yeah, maybe. Yeah, it just happens. This dimension, whatever it is.
So we have a cut now to a pregnant girl who's woken up screaming because she's in so much pain, and Kim manages to, very panicked, give her something to help her go back to sleep. And at this point, she's thinking she's going to have to perform a C-section. And her and grandfather have a big fight about it because she thinks she can't, and he says she has to, and
yeah,
he definitely can't, and he definitely wants her to. And pregnant girl at some point gets a hold of the scalpel and kills her grandfather. And that's nice.
Surprise!
That actually was a surprise.
It was a little bit, yeah.
I mean, normally you can see things like that coming, but in this case, it certainly did surprise me a little bit. It's like, wow.
She was pretty far removed.
Yeah.
So.
And you tend not to think of pregnant women as dangerous either.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. Yeah. And
usually they're the ones that need to be protected in movies like this.
Well, yeah, that's what it often the climax of these movies boils down to, is protect pregnant women at all costs. Well, like for obvious reasons, that's the right thing to do. But then, it turns it on its ear, and it was a bit of a shock. It was pretty cool.
I mean, she's up and completely calm and no longer screaming in pain as she stabbed her grandfather. She's covered in blood. She's really happy about it.
Oh man, she's orgasmically happy.
Yeah,
shit.
So happy about it. And Kim's disappeared, hiding somewhere. And the cultists take little pregnant girl down into the catacombs of the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should say alternate dimension hospital at this point, because it's not a part of the actual hospital. And she comes staggering into what what can we describe this as? A very concrete church that's lined with cultists, and we see Dr. Powell has completely shed his human skin to reveal the black Jesus within.
Yeah.
So at this point, I think, is he completely possessed by the old one? Is there not much of him left anymore?
I think it's all him.
Are you sure?
Well, he's been transformed at least. I mean,
'cause
he's not the person he used to be.
he's
But I
not
think-
little-
No, he's not him anymore. But I think it's him.
He's not possessed.
No,
Which-
I think it is him. I think it's the him he wanted to be. Again, I don't think that this being really cares too much.
Well, the reason I ask is because when pregnant girl does give birth to what he says is his daughter reborn, don't you think he would be slightly concerned at what actually comes out of her?
No, because
No.
his view of reality has changed. It's like I said earlier. It's very much like From Beyond with the doctor in that who basically goes insane and it is transformed, so he doesn't see reality the same way.
At that point when his daughter was reborn, I think Dr. Powell couldn't fathom what he was truly seeking, and was gone at that point. He was mad with power. It was
his daughter, I guess.
but it didn't matter though. None of it mattered to him anymore in that instant. Everything that he's been working towards was now meaningless.
We should talk about the birth.
Well, I don't know if it's meaningless so much as transformed.
Well,
Yeah.
He started out wanting his daughter back, which I assume he would have wanted his daughter back as she was.
but
But
what
on his journey, he's discovered this whole new transformative reality, I guess, where flesh is no longer restricted, and now it's whatever you imagine it can be. And I think he wants to see the whole world transformed into that insane,
Gooey.
yeah.
gooey chaos.
Gooey.
Well, okay, sure. I just
Well, actually,
that
yeah,
being
he
said,
talks about
I think
children.
that being said, I think it's him. I think it's all him. It's what he's become.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that there's any of the entity beyond in him. I would agree he's not possessed
by the entity, but
I don't think anything is. I don't think any of the monsters are. I don't think nothing is.
He's just transcended into a different form of himself, is what you're saying.
I don't know if I'd say the no one is. I think the cult and he has been influenced by the entity, but I don't think they've been possessed.
Fair enough. Well, influence doesn't mean possession, though.
No. I agree with that. Yeah.
So, we should talk a little bit about what she gives birth to, because it's pretty gruesome. She gives birth to a giant hulking thing.
Muscular, yeah.
But as it walks, it is dragging her along with it, and
by its umbilical cord. No.
By its umbilical cord. Well, actually, no. It's still like partially inside of her.
Yeah, it's quite horrific. Actually.
It is.
Very well done.
I'm going to do that thing again where I say this reminds me of another movie. Can you pick which one?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh man, I can't remember. It was this fucking thing.
No, it's not. It's actually not The Thing.
No.
The Fly.
Oh, The Fly. Oh, I know. Yeah, the more famous body horror. Yes.
Yeah, right at the end when he comes out the teleporter for the last time and he's hideously transformed
And gooey.
and gooey. Yeah.
So much KY jelly.
Yeah. So
the big hideous head and the elongated arms and the whole thing reminds me very much of that end scene.
So Dr. Powell's daughter crushes the head of one of the cultists, and this is when
unintentionally. It's just
by accident. It's fine.
Didn't even notice basically.
And at this point, Mute Boy and his father figure burst in and shoot it, and it makes chase for the two of them off into the catacombs of the hospital, While
Just a question: how much of it do you think is actually his daughter? Obviously, it's not physically his daughter, but
any of it is his daughter, actually.
Yeah, I think it's all a sham.
Yeah, I think that's just a creature. I don't think his daughter's in there.
I think like much of it, it's a sham. I think the being, whoever it is one of them. They're not all of these great old ones aren't all malevolent, by the way. I don't think any of them are benevolent. I don't think any of them are good in the way we think of good, but I don't think all of them are bad or mean.
It's
But
just what they do.
I think this one is pretty mean spirited.
Mhm.
I think this one is it's more of a wow, look what I made you do.
Yeah, it depends how much influence it has.
Yeah.
If they're just worshiping it and doing all this weird shit on their own, and it's just, I mean, that's on them.
Yeah. Some of them within the mythos, they do good. They help people.
Yeah.
Very, very sparingly. So yeah, I think it's just malicious. I think it's just no, I don't think there's any of his daughter in there at all.
Do you remember
That's what I think.
What her name was?
No, actually.
Goopy.
Goopy.
All right, so Goopy makes chase after the mute kid and his father figure off through the catacombs of the hospital, and she gets a hold of father figure, and he proceeds to douse himself and it with gasoline or alcohol or something flammable, and he keeps shouting to the mute kid, you know, burn it, and it's eating him at this point, or crushing him. It's hard to tell. Does it have a mouth? It's absorbing him.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It's absorbing him into its gooiness. It's gooing him. So we have an emotional moment where Mute Boy has to light it on fire.
Yeah.
And at this point, we cut back to Daniel, who's getting more monologue from the big bad guy, because that's how shit works. The bad guy's got a monologue.
Have we mentioned the symbol that the occultists use that appears right throughout the movie?
The triangle?
Yeah, the triangle.
Just
they
blank triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. They wear it on like their hoods, and we now see that same black triangle in the wall behind the doctor,
which is now open and glowing.
Well, opening. It's slowly sliding back. So that's the doorway to the other dimension, basically.
Yes.
And as he's monologuing, it opens all the way, and Daniel runs up and puts the axe right into his shoulder and neck, which doesn't faze him in the least. And whilst the axe is just sticking out of him, he picks Daniel up by the throat and just says, you know, why don't you, if you die, I can rebirth you and make you better and make you gooey.
Undying gooiness. That should have been the title of the movie.
Actually, it would have been better for all of these movies, The Undying Goo. If you want to be undead, you have to settle for being fucking perpetually goopy.
I'm sure I saw a movie of that title on Pornhub, but anyway.
Which one? On The Undying Goo?
Goo.
Or perpetually goopy?
That was the sequel.
I was going to say perpetually goofy sounds like more of a bukkake porn. So
Cthulhu bukkake.
So Daniel with his dying breath kicks the two of them through the glowy triangle into the alternate.
Oh, I think we missed an important part.
It's cutting back to.
No, long before that, Daniel he kills his ex-wife with an axe, doesn't he?
No.
Hello?
No. What the hell?
Didn't he find her in the room?
No, she's not actually there. She turns to ash in his hand.
Okay.
He goes in there and has that flashback. when she's actually
Oh,
pregnant.
okay. Yep.
Cuts back and she's not really
She's-
there. Just ash.
So where is she then? Is she dead?
No, she's in the alternate dimension.
Oh, she's already gone over there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
okay.
so he's kicked him and Dr. Powell through the door, which starts it to close for some fucking reason. I'm guessing Dr. Powell was its link to our world.
Anchor to our reality.
Master Anon is having tentacle difficulties. He will be back. So he just came up here.
He went to Pornhub and got a virus.
He scared the shit out of me. He just came behind me and tapped me. I was like, oh my god.
And you're not even in the same house.
Oh, no,
that's
I
incredible.
know. Where, there's a wormhole in this fucking office somewhere. Jesus. So anyways, he kicks him through the door and it cuts to the mute kid who's now running through the catacombs trying to get out through all the creatures again, and he's being pursued by Dr. Powell's gooey daughter. Gooey is chasing him. And I don't know if you think we cannot hear you, Master Anon, just so you know. Anyways,
We like it that way though. So
oh, I miss you.
I'm joking.
You're such a bully.
Hey, you guys are always making fun of my Aussie accent. So
No,
Yeah.
just the
team up on you
Come
both
on.
have to team up on me so I can get
just
some
the
kicks
Come
in
on.
sometimes.
it's just those few words.
That was weird. I seem to have been sucked into an alternate dimension there for a minute.
Yeah, he popped up behind me and scared the shit out of me.
Oh, there you go. So how far did you get?
We're
My computer shut down. It just decided to stop.
oh,
so-
Windows, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mute Kid is fleeing for his life. Daniel and Dr. Powell have fallen through the triangular portal, and now it's closing. So clearly,
And all that sequence and the bit you're getting to are basically my favorite part of the movie, to be honest.
yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed the whole thing, but I like that part the best.
Yeah.
So,
The last 5 minutes, the actual climax. Well, I guess the climax is the last 15 minutes or so, but
Mm.
it's great.
it's very intense. It's really, really a nail biter. So anyways, Mute Kid is running from Gooey, and Gooey is in hot pursuit, man. She's awfully fast for something so hulking and goopy.
Yeah, she's out for blood.
Yeah. So, well, he lit her on fire, dickhead.
Mm.
So the wall is closing and closing and closing, and she gets sort of stuck, and then the wall closes. She explodes into a fit of blood and guts and wonderful, gooey, gory disgustingness, and he manages to just narrowly escape back into the real world, into the real world hospital, as the portal finally closes. And
Yeah,
he-
so all that extra section in the basement now disappears.
yeah, and he's not covered in Gooey's goo. It all manages to stay within the alternate dimension, and
So it's dimensional goop, is what you're saying.
it's dimensional goop. It's particular to that dimension, and
So it's not three-dimensional goop. It's
and at this point, Mute Kid wandering through the hospital, seeing if there's anybody who survived, finds Kim.
Annoying character, number
Yeah.
one.
We find Kim, who's managed to stay alive, defending herself with a fire extinguisher.
And he then kills her with an axe. No, no, he doesn't. He doesn't, but I wish
No.
he did.
She fucking lives, and she goes, "Is it over?" And he's nodding because he, of course, cannot speak. And they have a nice little embrace, and then we get to cut to Daniel and Allison in the alternate dimension with the space pyramids.
Pyramids or pyramid? Is there more
pyramid.
than one?
There's only one. There's
No,
only
there's
one.
That's what I thought.
There's lots. I swear,
sure?
there's one. Yes,
I thought there was only one. I thought that was the entity.
you are so both wrong. Hang on, I'm gonna look up the last. Scene.
Well, I will say that there is one main one.
Yeah, there's one main one.
Yeah, and I like the way there's a streak of light going across the top, which
Yeah.
separates the top of the pyramid, like the eye in the pyramid on the dollar bill.
Okay, so there's one big pyramid and then a bunch of like little spikes.
Yes.
Spike-looking things in the background that aren't pyramids, but they
are its
buildings.
followers. It is based. This being is loosely based. Bane, you might be familiar with the story. I'm sure you'll sympathize with me. A lot of Lovecraft's words are very hard to pronounce.
Yeah.
Nyarlathotep. He resembles an ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
Oh well, yeah, that explains the weird.
If you both like, if you're both curious, like you can even just look on Wikipedia if you want. But that's basically who and what this particular being is in this story, allegedly. It's one of his stories.
So what Lovecraft story did he appear in? I can't remember. I know the name, but I can't remember.
That's what the story's called.
Oh, okay,
that's the
don't
very first
that
one.
story.
He also appears in Fungi from Yugoth. The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. The Haunter in the Dark. He's the main antagonist in that. He's mentioned in The Shadow Out of Time.
So what motivation does he have? Is he a bad guy?
Not really. He just wants followers.
He doesn't. So he's a YouTuber.
Well, yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care
He's
what
a vlogger.
He doesn't care.
He's going to get into an argument with Andy Warski.
He's a slime channel.
Yeah, he doesn't care what they do or what political views they hold. He just wants followers.
He makes slime.
Yeah.
He makes slime videos. I'm broken.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm now picturing some kind of undead pharaoh with a bucket making glitter slime. Fucking YouTube.
But he also looks a lot different in some stories. He looks like he looks similar to the tentacle monster at the beginning of The Void too.
Oh, even better.
It depends.
Even better, that the fucking green creature at the end they're making slime on YouTube.
Did I just break you two?
I don't know. Have you ever watched one of those slime channels before?
I don't know. I
don't know what slime channel is. I can guess, but
I'm gonna have to at least show you guys that because maybe you'll find it as amusing. They're just kid-friendly people who make. You make slime out of borax and soap and water and stuff. That's all they do is they sit with buckets and make slime out of house.
Well, he doesn't sound that scary at all.
No, that's what I mean. He's just a friendly slime YouTuber.
He just wants to start a YouTube channel and make slime. That doesn't sound that frightening at all.
Well, as soon as Miss Anon calms down, I'll explain the rest. There isn't much to it. He wants to be worshipped, but he doesn't care to what ends. Doesn't care.
He doesn't care if he has to be evil or good. He's
just a big monolithic
pyramid
being at the edge of the universe who literally lives in a pyramid in some unknown part of space. Literally just in space.
Well, that sounds cool.
On a planet. It actually is cool. It might not sound that cool the way I'm explaining it, but it is. He's just on some strange planet far out, galaxies away.
You want to know the cool thing?
And he just breaks through now, and not even of his own volition. He doesn't.
Other people break through him.
And it just kind of happens, and he's like, wow, these things really love me for some reason. This feels great.
So it's a whole vanity thing.
But Daniel and Allison are not gooified when they're inside this dimension.
No, I think they've been summoned by him. I think he.
And there's only two of them. And
what happens when he reads the YouTube comments?
Oh,
they're all.
Well, I mean, you know what happens? You know what happened at the end of The Void? He just disabled the comments. So.
I see.
Pussy.
Well, yeah, I mean he's really just a big pussy, and he's basically blocked everybody but Daniel and Allison, and you know he's not monetized anymore. It's just a bad situation.
Oh,
So
YouTube demonetized him. He's really upset.
yeah,
He's unfriended Dr. Powell.
yeah.
I will admit, when I saw the end of the movie, I thought, gee, I want to see what happens now. I want to know.
Oh, me too. But basically, what I gather is he's just summoned them there because they overcame everything, and he wants to talk to them.
Well, Allison fucking didn't. She got murdered.
But Daniel saved her, and she helped him.
She turned to ash, man. She was so dead.
I know, but her presence, her existence, her very existence helped him to even get that far.
Oh, so maybe he resurrected her for Daniel, like as a gift.
Maybe. Like I just get from the way that particular god is explained throughout the various Lovecraft stories that he just basically wanted to meet them.
Here's your dead wife back. Come and hang out.
So it's not as mysterious as we think, or maybe it is. That what I'm telling you right now doesn't come from any official source. That's what I take from it. The official source that isn't really mentioned much is that he is that particular outer god, but why they're there in that space at the end, I have no idea. That's just what I think.
So, is it a happy ending or not?
Well,
maybe they're immortal in that dimension now, and they get to live out their days with him. Maybe they earned his respect of some sort, because he's obviously got wicked fucking powers.
Sounds pretty shitty to me, though. I mean,
he's got goo powers. Well, yeah, immortality is something we would pity, but
yeah.
I mean, maybe it'd be fun for a while. Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, Black.
Or maybe they're just gonna face fuck some pipes and hope they die.
Maybe. That's what I got from it anyway, considering who this god is supposed to be. That he just basically wanted their autographs because you guys are cool. So.
That's interesting. But yeah, I remember the first time I saw it, I thought, oh, I want to know what happens now. But the fact that we don't know is what makes it so interesting, I think.
Yeah. It's what makes it
a bit.
It's what makes it truly Lovecraftian, I think. Because we don't know, and we'll never find out because we can't comprehend it within this universe.
Unless they make a sequel.
Well, yeah.
If they make a sequel with the two of them in that alternate dimension, just partying it up with that'd be pretty cool.
Mr. Kostansky has said that there will not be a sequel to The Void. So.
Well, that's good.
Oh.
No gooey sequel. Disappointing. I always like to
get and his response to questions of what happened to Daniel and Allison at the end of The Void is, I don't know. So take that as you will. And
it's in a way, because it leads to conversations like this one where we can speculate and talk about different things that may or may not have happened. I don't always. Sometimes it's nice to have a story completely wrapped up, but I think often it's good to leave with more questions.
It is, especially in a story of this nature.
You don't want to feel ripped off, though. You don't want to feel that you've sat there and you've just been fed a lot of mystery boxes with no.
I don't think this is a rip-off ending. I think it's perfect.
I don't think so either.
It's
the balance right.
The writers themselves, they don't know what happened either. They don't know.
Yeah.
We do get one happy ending though, because Kim and Mute Boy survive.
Well, sure, it can be a happy ending if you want it to be. The whole point is, even the people that made the film don't know, because it is up for interpretation. Well, and the discussion is a lot of fun. Yeah. Well,
they're together again, but they could starve to death in a week. So
that's right. They could just starve to death in this outer space void.
Who's gonna eat who?
Being like, "Why did you bring me here?" with no answer.
I forgot. It's like he got a couple of hamsters and then forgot about them.
Yeah, it could be exactly like that.
Yeah.
Oh, aren't these things cute? Oh, look at you. Okay.
Yeah. Oh shit! I forgot to feed them. Fuck.
How often do these things eat? Oh, they're dead. Shit. Next time I'll remember I have to
Oh,
feed
that one clawed out its eyes. Fuck. What the?
They eat. Oh, they half ate each other. Oh, gross. They're not gooey.
And then he scrapes them off of the bottom of his planet and just
Yeah.
kind of.
Get out.
Yeah.
I'll get some new ones.
And yeah, another question is: are there other people there?
Well, we didn't see anybody. Dr.
No, we don't know, but I'm saying I know we didn't see any, but I'm saying could there be other people there, or could there be other creatures, or is
Well,
it just the outer god?
I think again, from my perspective, I think there's nobody else there.
It's just
I
the outer
think-
god.
Yeah, I think it's just a lifeless thing. That I think they're the first people that have ever been there. I think they're the first people that have ever truly impressed him or it.
Well, yeah, because Dr. Powell goes through the same portal with.
I don't think Dr. Powell impressed it very much.
No.
I think he was just more bravado than anything
Maybe
else.
he was disgusted by him. Maybe
Maybe.
he didn't like his goo creatures. Maybe he didn't
Again,
like his powers being violated in such a way.
well,
Maybe
I
he
mean,
doesn't like slime. Maybe he just doesn't want to do this anymore.
He's a neat freak.
yeah.
Look at the fucking snail trail your daughter's left all over my pyramid.
That snail trail is not symmetrical. Thank you very much. Have you not seen my pyramids? Have you learned nothing from what I taught the Egyptians? My goodness.
That's not a cat. That's not a cat.
This is a cat, gives birth to that thing.
Why is your face fucking that pipe? It hates you so much it wants to die.
Well, there you go. The gods hate us and think we're stupid.
Yes, and that's why you should not fool around with the old kids, the old gods' kids.
Yeah, and definitely don't face fuck a pipe because I think
No,
you'll die.
especially while fooling around with the old gods.
Yeah.
All right, should we move on?
I think
Sure.
we should. We've been going for about 2 hours, I think. We've only got through
On movie.
one movie, so we should probably move on at some point.
Really? Wow. Actually, we have. Yeah. Okay. We should move
Oh, no,
on
wait,
to.
isn't it?
I'm
We're
sure
going to be here for like 6 hours at this point, so yeah.
Yeah, that sure flies when you're talking about goo and face fucking a pipe.
No, I think that movie deserved a long review anyway, but I think the next one we'll get through pretty quickly.
I think so. Final thoughts on The Void, though, quickly.
Good movie. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Although you shouldn't have listened to this if you haven't seen it because it's
That's right.
well. But yeah, definitely worth watching.
Especially if you like Cthulhu-esque stuff.
Yeah, it's a really good Lovecraftian film. It was made for just under 200,000 Canadian dollars, which is really impressive.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
And I think, almost half of it was crowdfunded, which I also think is very cool. I think that's really, really nice that a lot of people had that much faith in the project. And I think it turned out really well. I don't think it's as technically good as something like The Thing or even From Beyond on a technical level. But I think it's pretty damn awesome. The practical effects are great, and I think it'll become a true cult classic in the next 10 years or so.
It's
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's easily the best slime DIY video I've ever seen.
Yeah, very good Siege movie.
Did it make its money back?
It did. It made enough of its money back to actually get a healthy profit. The Indiegogo funds weren't counted as budget, and it made about $160,000 in North American theaters over just 2 weekends. So
in the box office, it made $149,000.
yeah, which doesn't sound like much based on its $200,000 budget, but it actually made a very healthy profit considering that the actors were paid a wage. The actors weren't paid a lump sum; they were paid a wage.
Worldwide box office, it made $284,647.
There you go.
So
the mini studio that was behind it was very, very happy with it, and Stephen Kostansky is still happily employed by Astron 6, although I wouldn't want to be those crazy fuckers.
you're just racist against the blonde Australian they have working for them.
Well, yeah. No, yeah, definitely recommend it. It's a really, really cool independent horror movie.
All right, moving on. From Beyond.
Well, From Beyond, have you got the budget for From Beyond or not? Could you look it up? I'm just curious now that we're talking about budgets.
I have the budget. Would you
Oh,
like
you
to
do?
know?
Oh,
Yeah.
4,500,000. 4.5 million.
Wow.
American dollars, yes.
And that was 87, is that right?
I do believe it's 87, yeah.
Wow.
86, it was released in 87, so filmed in 86, yeah, so 87.
cool. It only made 1.26 million at the box office.
The reason for that is it was only released for 2 weekends in very select theaters. So I think if it actually would have been released worldwide properly in theatrical runs, I think it would have made a very, very healthy profit. But
so I think most of that budget probably went in the practical effects.
yes, which were very, very good. So good.
Most of them were very, very good. There were a couple which,
well, they suffered. The practical effects, I know what you're talking about. The hand-drawn animated effects aren't so good.
I think they were as good as they could be for its time, though. They spent
and the creature in the basement did look like they ripped off
Beetlejuice.
Dune, but
yeah, a little bit of Dune, a little bit of a lot of Dune, a little bit of Beetlejuice. Yeah. Well, actually, no, Beetlejuice wasn't out yet, so Dune, all Dune.
Okay. Beetlejuice took inspiration from it.
Well, Beetlejuice actually took inspiration from Dune. So.
Oh well, there you go.
In terms of a couple of effects, so.
So we should talk about From Beyond, which is a schlock horror with its tongue firmly planted in its cheek.
Oh, yes. Very, very deeply planted.
All the actors chew the scenery right through the whole movie, which is
really
great.
Do. Yeah.
Which is great. And of course, it stars the legendary Jeffrey Combs.
Oh, Jeffrey Combs. Man.
He's got a weird face.
You know, he does, and that this is a good thing in this case.
Yeah, well, yeah, it suits the role.
This isn't the only Lovecraft movie he was in.
No, I was going to say I mainly know Jeffrey Combs from two things.
Yeah.
And that's Lovecraft movies and Star Trek.
Yes, right. Yeah.
He's played, I don't know, maybe 10 different characters in the Star Trek franchise. Yeah. All with heavy makeup and, the whole thing. I think he's a great actor. He's very well suited for the schlock Lovecraft market. I guess he's most famous for Reanimator.
He is most famous for Reanimator, followed by From Beyond and Dagon. So, or not Dagon, sorry, he wasn't in Dagon, but From Beyond.
And Reanimator 2 and Reanimator 3. And,
of course, the unmentionable sequels, yeah.
Looking him up on Wikipedia, he has been in dozens or hundreds, it looks like, movies and TV shows. He's been working consistently for decades, which is great.
Oh, it is great. Indeed, he has, yeah. And he's such an awesome personality, I immediately recognize his face, young or old.
Yeah.
Like,
and the voice too.
Yeah, everything is just immediately recognizable.
Can I call him cross-eyed dickhead for this movie?
You can. And I must say, I have to say, it's going to sound weird, but this dude is in great shape. Really, he's been a bodybuilder, like a semi bodybuilder for most of his life. Like, he's been very athletic, and it's one of those things that actually helped his roles in movies.
I mean that can't hurt.
No, it doesn't. It's just one of those things. It's like, man, like even at conventions and stuff, you see him, and he's even in his late 50s, he's just like, he's a jock, and you can tell that all the nerds around him are a little bit uncomfortable. So
But yeah, From Beyond is a schlock Lovecraft horror meets Cronenberg body horror, basically.
Very, very loosely based on an H.P. Lovecraft
I
story.
love that the two of you picked gooey movies.
So should we go into The Mist?
Yeah.
That's close enough. It's goo. It's more goo.
No, all right. We'll give it since it's my pick, especially. We'll give it a bit of.
Give it a fair chance. I love this movie. So
it is a classic. If you haven't seen it, you shouldn't be listening to this, but go watch it and then come back and listen because we're going to spoil it. Not that I think it matters, really.
No,
If you listen to this review and you haven't seen it, I don't think it's going to spoil it because it's not that type of movie.
Give a very brief synopsis. Essentially, they open a portal into an alternate dimension via sound waves.
Yeah, basically,
A tuning fork.
A tuning fork that awakens your pituitary gland? They called it
pineal
gland. Yes, pituitary gland. Something else. Is that even in your head? I don't even think so.
Ask Lovecraft. There you go.
Yeah, so it starts with the two scientists opening a porthole to the other dimension, and something comes out and bites the head off one of them, basically.
Yeah, something big.
Yeah. And we don't see a lot of this. We see glimpses of it, and the neighbor hears something going on and goes over to the house.
Her dog is interested.
Yeah, and it doesn't end well, and the police are called, and Jeffrey Combs is arrested because they think he's killed the other doctor.
But they also think he's batshit insane.
Well, you can't really blame them.
Yeah.
He did come running out of the house after somebody has said something is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he was trying to flee, and the cops intercepted his flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a crazy man who's just murdered his scientific partner.
Yeah.
And hidden the head somewhere.
So they haul him off to an assailant asylum, and then we get introduced to the ugliest blonde I've ever seen. Just hideously unattractive.
Yeah, she definitely wasn't cast for her looks.
No, she's fucking gross.
And they definitely didn't introduce the bondage stuff, so they had an excuse to have her parade around half naked and
it was disgusting.
And get her tits out. The bondage stuff was an integral part of the plot. Clearly,
it really was, and so was her being an ugly piece of dog shit.
In no way is it an exploitative movie. No,
it would never exploit this young lady in such a way because she's
this hideous young lady.
She's already homely. They wouldn't mock her by making her get naked,
even though they do.
Oh God, what do they do? I mean, she's so ugly. She belongs in space Egypt. So, I mean.
All right, so young blonde psychologist, all full of herself, thinks that she's gonna cure his what they think is schizophrenia. They think he's a paranoid schizophrenia or schizophrenic who had delusions and killed him, even though they can't find the head. And since all this happened so fast, it's kind of strange that they're figuring out something.
And it has to be said, I have to give props to the filmmakers. Schizophrenia actually is a very viable diagnosis in this case.
Oh yeah, for once.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, his brain is kind of enlarged. Delusions. He actually shows classic symptoms of schizophrenia. So, I mean,
and if someone's screaming, I opened a dimension to another, I opened a portal to another dimension, and snake creatures came through and bit off his head.
Well, I mean that, and he has an enlarged brain too. So,
yeah, you're not going to really, believe him, are you?
The pineal gland is an actual thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't just make up some.
No, of course not.
No, really.
Do you think this movie's fiction?
I just looked it up just to see.
What's the matter with you? This is real.
Didn't you say based on a real story at the start?
Who is this? You have the wrong number.
Oh.
So Hideous Blonde decides she's gonna take him under her wing and cure his schizophrenia by doing something with his pineal gland, and he is released into her custody, and a very tall black cop.
Yep.
Uh,
Is he a cop or ex-cop? He's an ex-cop,
No,
isn't he?
he's a
Working
cop.
security?
No, he's a cop.
Okay.
Ken Foree, you might know him from Dawn of the Dead.
Crazy
Yes.
eyes, black guy.
Yeah, fantastic. So there he is.
All right, so the three of them go back to the house in question, and she manages to convince Schizoid to fix
Coombs.
what?
Coombs. Jeffrey
Coombs.
Coombs. I
Dickhead.
can't remember the character's name. I'm bad at remembering characters'
Cross-eyed
names.
dickhead.
Yeah, he's terrified, by the way. He's absolutely terrified about turning on this machine. And you can't blame him, really.
Well, yeah. Because, we actually kind of skipped over that. We got to see the little fishy creatures at the very, very, very beginning. So we know there actually there is something that comes when he
Opens the porthole.
machine. Yeah, when he turns the machine on. And it bit him in the face and he shut it off. So anyways, at this point, they're fixing the machine and she really wants him to fire it up. But he tells them that, if you don't move, nothing can see you. And that he can't turn the individual forks on. He can only turn all four of them on at once.
Yeah.
So he fires it up and everything goes all wonderfully 80s. Wonderfully 80s. And
there's no doubt what decade this was made in, is there?
Not at all.
And she gets visibly horny. And they all appear to have like a slight headache, but she's like right into this. This is the greatest feeling in the world. But we don't see anything for.
Well, it's the tuning forks. It's the vibrations.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It was a type of vibrator.
Women love things that vibrate.
Yes, it's being near the tuning forks is probably like sitting on the back of a Harley.
Yeah, but apparently it has that effect on everybody a little bit. But just her extra. Maybe it's because she's so ugly she doesn't get laid. Is that maybe what it is? So they don't see anything for a little bit, and then what is BDSM doctor's name? Do we remember?
No.
Edward Pretorius.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, so BDSM doctor, all of a sudden he comes, and is he completely naked?
I think so.
Yeah, we don't see his junk, but he's completely naked and very, very shiny.
What kind of exploitation movie is this?
Yeah, he's very naked.
I want my money back.
And very sweaty and moist, as you would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So his head traveled to the other dimension and basically grew a new body.
Yeah. And he is definitely hitting on blonde psychiatrist. Like, if I still had I definitely done some stuff with you. And he says, "Hey, come over here and touch me." And she touches his shoulder, and it leaves her finger indent. So it's like he's made out of Play-Doh, basically. The rest of his
he's probably still learning how to shape the flesh.
Yeah. So he's still kind of stuck in his humanoid state at this point. Butt ass naked and shiny. And he does something that makes Dickhead very upset. So he shuts the tuning forks off. And they disperse.
He disappears. Yeah. Once the tuning forks are off, the dimensional porthole closes.
Yeah. Immediately.
And, an evil doctor disappears with his homemade goopy body.
It's not goopy yet. It's just
pre-goopy.
He's moist. He's moistening.
He's a little sweaty.
He's glistening. glistening Play-Doh. So she had a really good fucking time and wants to do this again.
Well,
And,
clearly, I mean,
but this has Dickhead really fucked up. He's pretty not well, and
Well, you can't blame him. I mean, it's the machine itself has had an effect on him, but he's also been through quite a bit of trauma,
Yeah.
and he knows that the evil doctor, well, is evil and insane, and we find out
not really him.
Kinky as fuck. Too.
Oh well, yeah, we discovered that actually right when they get in. They open Edward's bedroom door, and it's the dungeon of my dreams. Kinky homemade porn and all, and yeah, he's just Dickhead whines a little bit about how he brings such beautiful women over, and then all he hears is screaming coming from the room. But you know, he just doesn't understand a safe word.
Here's a little known fact: they spent so much money on KY jelly to make the goop in this movie that they threw in the kinky BDSM stuff for free. So
they
just worked it into the plot. So
yeah,
you know,
they gave them all the bondage gear for free for being such good customers. Oh man, you're buying all this lube.
You order 3 tons of KY jelly, you get a free fucking bondage kit. So
yeah, take home bondage kit.
Yeah.
So she waits until everybody's asleep, and she goes upstairs and she turns the machine on because, you know, why wouldn't you do that when you're a horny and blonde?
Well, he's clearly had some kind of mental influence on her. So yeah.
But yeah, she's horny. That makes everybody stupid.
I think it's a little bit more than that, but yes,
she's definitely just horny. It's fine. So
are you saying women think with their pussies?
Yeah, a little bit. Is there something wrong with that? You got a fucking problem?
No,
hey now.
I'm not going to comment one way or the other.
Goddamn misogynist. Who fucking bited you?
There's no correct answer to that question.
Snuh.
What fucking hot-blooded straight male has a problem with women thinking with their pussies?
I didn't say I had a problem with it. I said there's no correct answer to it.
That's right, you fucking don't.
Yes, there's no problem with it. It's just the answer itself is problematic either way.
You're just gonna sit there and you're gonna accept that for what it is. You're gonna sit on that truth and enjoy it. Maybe spin a little.
Well, you're gonna sit on that truth and enjoy it. You're the one that
go there.
Am I?
Anyway,
I mean, okay, you can't have movies with BDSM in it anymore. We get carried away. This is all Bane's fault. Anyway, she turns the shit back on, and we're met with a very gooey, very different looking Edward. Now he's gooey, and his body is weird, and he has like a long neck with his sort of face on it.
It's increased on the Cronenberg scale.
It's gross. It's gross.
I'd say it's a 7 out of 10 on the Cronenberg.
It's
scale.
very fleshy. It's very society.
Well, I mean, Society. There's a movie. Yeah,
it's a little shunty.
I should mention that Brian Usna produced this movie. He is also a director of schlock like this. He's best known for producing Reanimator and From Beyond, and he directed Society, which is a really disgusting, gooey movie, and he also wrote movies like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's really weird, but yeah, it's just they're very odd people. Everybody involved in this movie is very odd.
Which is the way we like it.
Yeah.
So we're met with a very gooey, very kinky Edward who decides it's time to try to sort of rape this ugly ass blonde. and we get her tits for the first time in this movie. Is this the first and only time we get full frontal boobies?
Yeah, and this is the unrated version, the unrated cut that I assume we're both watching. The rated R version, which is actually 6 minutes shorter, has no titties.
Don't watch it.
Yeah, no titties whatsoever, and they actually censored a lot of the BDSM stuff.
That's
Oh.
crazy. What
Yeah,
kind
no,
of exploitation movie is this?
No, it actually is crazy. They cut 6 minutes from the movie for the theatrical release, which is one of the reasons why it probably didn't do well.
Yeah, if there was hot blonde tits, it would have done much better.
No, think about it. 6 minutes in this movie. Think about how much they cut out.
Americans and their titty phobia, seriously.
Yeah, so no titties and
No
so
titties.
much, just anything that was vaguely sexual. So a lot of it with Pretorius and her was completely cut out.
No
So you can,
titties and no kink.
none.
Bullshit.
You can imagine what the unrated version, or the rated rather version of this movie would be like.
So hideously transforming extra-dimensional mad doctor.
Well, most of that cut out
Body-
because she can't rub her clit against it in the rated version. So
No, but I mean, there's lots of scenes where he's just transforming and
yeah,
things are, coming out left, right, and center, and it's goo and all kinds of shit. That's
Yeah.
fine.
that's
but
fine.
a pair of tits is offensive.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a pair of tits.
That's the standard.
They even cut out her face when she was aroused.
That's sad.
Yeah,
Horny
like-
woman face, not okay.
Yeah, basically anything involving her and him was almost completely cut out.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, not just gore. You would think that gore would be cut out, but nope.
No, just the sexual stuff. Can't
For the
have
most
that.
part, yeah.
This
They-
see,
I would say 4 minutes of the 6 minutes.
to go on a bit of a sidetrack tangent here. This is what I tell people about the PC police of yesteryear. They were censoring stuff like that, calling it inappropriate, and the Christian Puritans of yesteryear were censoring media like that, just the same as they do now, but for different fucking reasons.
Well, the internet's kind of killed a lot of that, though, hasn't it? Because
Well, you can find it all on the internet, but it doesn't stop.
and more.
And it doesn't stop them
So
from
much
trying
more.
to get it shut down. Look at the UK trying to tax people for pornography, and you have to get a license to look at pornography.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyways, sidetracked. Titties. Blonde girl titties. She's getting licked up by Gooey Man. That's
Yeah, what a surprise an exploitation movie would have a hideously Cronenberg goo creature sexually harassing a blonde with her tits out.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed?
Well, I mean,
I never saw that coming. I was totally
I
surprised.
wouldn't have guessed until I saw the sequel From Beyond, Licking Up Titties.
I mean, Bane, we need your synopsis on the back of the fucking Blu-ray.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
Shocking exploitation film has Cronenberg-esque goo monster licking a blonde with her tits out.
5 stars. Must.
Well, that's it. I mean, that's pretty much the whole plot.
Well, it is.
I'm not complaining. I mean, I picked this movie for that reason.
We
Really?
both know why you picked this movie.
You're not complaining, even though she's butt ass ugly.
Yeah, God. You know what? Bane has terrible taste in women. Just fucking awful. Gross.
And goo monsters too, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's sexier than she is.
Well,
All right, so
realistically, he could probably transform himself into somebody.
the hugest dick ever.
No, but he could transform himself into a body which is female if he wanted to, I guess.
Could he?
I assume.
Why
he
do you
transformed
go
him-
with fucking dough ball, gooey dough ball then?
I assume once he got proper
I mean-
control over the.
I mean, maybe he's into ugly chicks. I mean, she clearly enjoys it. So
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, no, that's why she screams and Dickhead comes up and shuts the machine off and rescues
Yeah.
her.
he could transform himself into something with 5 cocks and 3 vaginas if he wanted to.
Well, then he could just pleasure himself. What the fuck? is he
Exactly.
here
I mean,
for?
There's the idea for the sequel right there.
Who needs ugly blonde with her tits out? Nobody.
He could
Just,
just have, he could be just made up entirely of tits.
for anybody that's taking my joke seriously, she's really hot. I'm being very sarcastic.
Well, no, that's the best kind of actual exploitation movie, though. It generally involves an attractive young lady and
Tits.
tits and either hideously grotesque men or just situations that that would generally be censored by mainstream media, in which case they were here. So
I feel the need to tell both of you that I'm worrying at a piece of silly putty and I accidentally made a butthole out of it.
accidentally.
I really wasn't.
She uses that word very loosely. Just about as loosely as this story is based on the story.
I guess we should get back to the plot
Very
because
loosely, like that blonde's pussy.
we've got a bit sidetracked with tits and goop. So
goopy tits and goop, whatever.
Hey, the tits don't get goopy.
yeah. That does happen sometimes. I understand, but we should get back to the point.
All right, so
Okay.
Dickhead comes and hears her distress and rescues her, and then her tits are gone, and then the movie's over. So, anyways, he rescues her, and the strain of the machine has really fucked him up at this point. And
Yeah, because he's been more exposed to it than anyone else.
yeah, and so he's sort of getting a bulge on the front of his head that we see kind of moving a little bit. And
You said the front of his head there, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
Well, that's
The top
generally something you want to get looked at by a doctor.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So, anyways, he's got a weird wibbly thing going on. He's not feeling very good, so he passes out in bed, and
The machine comes back on by itself.
yeah,
Only this time they can't switch it off.
yeah. So they try to go to the main power source, and they run into
So Black Cop Guy and Jeffrey Combs go to the basement, which is now flooded with water, to try to switch off the power. And there's one of the. It looks like one of the puppets of the sandworm from Dune has gone for a swim.
yeah. And
And
he's
it
like,
follows him.
he half eats Dickhead.
Yes.
And at this point, Big Black Cop manages to, in his underwear, his very, very revealing underwear,
Not exploitative at all.
not even a little, manages to destroy the connection between the power box and the main power source to the machine.
Thus switching off the machine once again. And everything disappears. And Jeffrey Combs no longer has hair.
Yeah, he's very bald and very sore looking and
Yeah.
gross. So they get him up to bed, and Black Cop's decided it's fucking time to leave. And Foxy
Can't
Bond,
blame him.
yeah,
I mean,
he's still got a
clearly-
brain.
He's made the right call.
See, it makes him horny too, but he's not stupid like she is.
Yeah. He just probably just goes in the corner and beats off like a normal person, as opposed
Yeah.
to her. She's just like, I need to get in there.
You know what it is?
I assume that as a scientist, type of scientist, she's a psychiatrist. She's curious too about the whole thing.
I'm sure she
whereas,
is.
Whereas he's cautious because
Yeah.
he's a cop.
Well,
So
he almost gives into it, almost.
Mm.
Well,
That's
no,
probably the
Like,
difference
basically,
between the two.
he basically says you're asking for it, basically, and that's not like it was just a basically like it's not it wasn't even a malicious thing in his head. It was just a
yeah,
but-
no.
yeah. Then he
We
caught
need
it.
more people here to be like.
I mean,
safer.
she would be into it, obviously, but
yeah.
but yeah, he just wants to get the fuck out. So
he leaves her alone with Dickhead, who's now very bald, and you can really see that protruding thing on his forehead.
yeah.
And she's rubbing some kind of, I don't know, some kind of cream on his chest because he's all
Oh, this is the bit where she rapes him.
No, not quite yet. She's not.
Oh, not yet.
She hasn't
We're all
donned.
coming up to
She
that.
hasn't donned the gear yet. And I guess she decides, she's done rubbing him down, and she goes and looks in the BDSM closet and decides she really likes what she's found in this closet. And she tries on a very nice little outfit. And
Not exploitative at all.
no, not even a little bit. She's not wearing
It's not in there for to show off her body at all. It's a
No,
integral part of the plot.
integral to the plot.
it's not gratuitous at all.
No. So she goes back to Dickhead and rapes him.
Yeah, which I assume most people wouldn't consider rape, but he's passed out on the bed.
She
And she
fucking raped
decides-
him.
Yeah, it's definitely rape.
Yeah, she totally rapes him, and he's still passed out.
Mind you, she's not in full control of herself either, though.
Yeah.
She's been influenced by the machine. Yeah.
And then a big black cop comes down and goes, like, "What the hell are you doing?" And she proceeds to try to seduce him.
Yeah, I almost expected porn music to start at that point.
I
Well,
sort of expected a little. He had some
was-
great resolve.
Well, I was expecting some blaxploitation, exploitation music
Ooh.
going on there. A little bit of 70s uncomfortable semi-porn stuff going on there. So I'm glad they didn't go there.
Yeah,
They could have.
if they
They
went to
could have.
porn-
They could have. But yeah, anyway, this is the point where he basically says,
Bitch, we are leaving.
"Wow, that was really close," because he almost gave in. So
Yeah, bitch, we are out of here. And at this point, he manages to, I think, wrestle the two of them out of.
I should mention that she really tries to get him into it too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and as we
And he-
said, she's super ugly, so he has an easy time saying no. So they this is the point where they get to the hospital again, and she gets
No.
Did I skip
Black. Oh, hold on. Does the black guy die when he goes back to the house?
No. You're right. No. The machine turns on by itself again.
Yes, that's what I thought. Yep.
No, you're right. And they all go upstairs, and he gets devoured by locusts from inside that world.
Yes, that's one of my favorite parts, special effects wise,
Yeah.
because we see his head there, but his body is just bone with goopy bits on it,
Yeah.
fleshy goopy bits.
Of course, goopy everywhere.
Yeah, because the bugs have eaten his entire body, but he's still conscious.
And a little bit of goop.
Yeah, for a moment at least, he's conscious.
And it's half. It's like it's the locusts have attacked Blondie and Dickhead at the same time, and she was sort of attacked by the little fish things for a bit in the BDSM room, and anyways, it's really gone to hell. Now there's somebody else dead, and they managed to get the machine off, and then the cops come, and she's now in big shit from the head police officer who said he lost his best man on this job, and the head nurse. Is she a nurse or a doctor? She must be the head psychiatrist at this psych hospital. They didn't get along at the beginning of the movie. They definitely don't get along now. And she orders some shock therapy for Foxy Blonde psychiatrist, because why wouldn't you fry somebody's brain for whatever?
Well, just
So
use
kudos.
shock therapy for anything, really.
Yeah. Shock this, shock that's fine. And at this point, it was illegal everywhere, which is why they were like, like even the people in the hospital were not too keen on shock therapying this.
No, they were pretty shocked that it was even asked for.
Yep. So
Meanwhile, Jeffrey Combs has developed a little
he's very hungry.
protrusion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
he's got a dick growing out of his head.
yeah, well, he should really get that looked at.
It's a really long, pencil-y dick.
It's basically the pineal gland, which is protruded out of his head on like a little tentacle type thing,
Yeah.
It has
and
a
it's flapping about. So yeah, special effects for that were pretty good.
They were. The practical effects actually were very well done.
So he finds some human food and takes a big old handful of it, shoves it in his face, and finds it rather disgusting.
Yeah.
And of course, he spits it all over the floor, and that made me laugh.
Yeah, he's now operating on like a subconscious primal hunger.
Yeah.
He's
And-
not even totally aware of what he's doing.
No.
Well, he's seeing in some kind of weird. Well, he's seeing in 80s, but it's almost like he's seeing through the gland now, and it's
Yeah, I think he is.
yeah. So he wanders into a laboratory room and finds some brains, obviously prepped for dissection, in a bucket, and decides those are really, really fucking delicious.
Bucket of brain. That's a great idea for a takeaway shop.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, deep fried brains in a
Gooey
bucket.
duck.
Well,
Gooey duck
yeah.
is delicious.
I mean, they all got to start somewhere. So.
Yep.
So he's chowing down. He's really enjoying himself. And the head psychiatrist, she comes in and notices him. And you know, I think she actually deals with him really well. Because she just thinks he's ill, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's the victim at this point.
Yeah, and so she's sort of talking to him like he's a child. He's like, "Oh, you know, you really shouldn't eat that. You could get really sick." And he looks at it all horrified, like he suddenly recognized that he's been eating a human brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he suddenly realized he snapped out of that trance.
For
Yeah.
a second anyway, and he drops it and he goes, "But it just tastes really good."
And then.
And then
Yeah.
she's going to escort him back to his room because she doesn't want him to get sick, and she's guiding him through the door, and then all of a sudden he looks at her, and his wonderful pituitary gland, or pineal gland, notices that she's got a very nice healthy brain.
Brains. Oh,
Not
yeah.
not for long.
He proceeds to suck her fucking brain out through her eye socket.
Yes.
And he makes the best face when he's
That's
doing
the only way to eat a brain.
it.
Well,
It's-
I
you
mean,
don't have to go through the skull. You just find the soft spot, start sucking.
well, we all can't be Jeffrey Coombs in this case, but I mean, he does know how to suck a brain.
Yeah, he definitely
I
does.
gotta say.
His face, though,
Yeah.
made me laugh when we were watching this. And then it cuts to the outside of the door, and the door opens really slowly, and there's his face. And
And-
he's cross-eyed, covered in blood, with this thing wiggling out of his forehead. And it's so funny. Like I don't know if they meant for it to be as funny as it was, but
I'm pretty sure they did.
it-
It's
Yeah,
very
it
tongue-in-cheek.
has that a little bit campy, that little bit of, it's not levity, that's not the word I'm looking for, but camp, I guess.
yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's got that quality to it, where there are moments of genuine horror in this movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
I wouldn't call
are.
it- I
Sorry,
wouldn't
go on.
call it a comedy, right? Because
No.
it doesn't have jokes.
No,
But
no,
it's not a serious horror movie either. Like
no.
The Void is a serious movie. You're meant to take it serious at no
It
point.
takes itself seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
but,
the tone. It's the tone. It's the tone.
Yeah, From Beyond, some people have mistakenly reviewed it or called it a horror comedy, and it's not. It is a horror film, but it's very,
it's a
very
tongue
campy.
it is a tone.
Yeah, and it nudges the audience. It's like when you're sitting next to, you're sitting next to your best buddy, and you're showing them this awesome movie, and something cool happens, and you're like, and you're nudging them on the ribs, like, isn't that awesome?
Did you see that?
Yeah, it's just that.
It's a little bit like Flash Gordon in that sense.
It is.
where
Yeah.
didn't
It really
take itself too serious. It's like
Yeah,
it's like
it-
comparing Flash Gordon to Star Wars. Star Wars takes itself serious.
it does.
Flash
You know what?
Gordon wasn't a comedy, but it didn't take itself
You know
too
what?
seriously.
Satire.
I think this is one of the best examples of a popcorn movie.
Yeah.
A true popcorn movie. It's a serious film. I don't mean serious in tone. I just mean a seriously made film that is meant to be watched.
Yeah.
But it's just a popcorn flick in the best way possible. Anyway,
So we get his hilarious cross-eyed face with the dick flopping around out of his forehead. And at this point, he decides he's gonna leave, and he runs out. And we get a cut to Foxy Blonde, who's about to be shock therapied.
Ugly Blonde, rather fugly.
Oh, sorry. Fucking.
Yeah, you broke character. Cut.
Okay, sorry. She needs a fucking paper bag. And she's
The actor who's definitely not there for her looks at all.
No, she's a great actress.
Oh, that's just mean. You know what? That's just shy of just shut up and sit on the couch, bitch. Wow. That was
Just sit there and look pretty.
Ouch.
Just sit there and look pretty. What are we paying you for? If your tits aren't out, you shouldn't be speaking.
I'd just like to say that I never said that. Just so it's on record.
Wait, do we sound alike?
I'm just saying. I just want that clear.
He's full of shit. It was him. I would never say such a thing about my fellow woman.
Anyway, let's wrap this up so we can get on to the last movie. Otherwise,
Right,
we're going to be here tomorrow.
A nurse runs in and saves Butt Ugly Blonde from being shock therapied. He unhooks her and she knocks him unconscious. And then we cut back to Dickhead, who's out in the parking lot trying to sort of hijack an ambulance, and he proceeds to suck out some more brains. And whilst a poor homeless man looks on in horror, strapped to a gurney.
He had a snake coming out of his head.
Yes, he had a snake coming out of his head. It legitimately looks like a dick, and this guy says snake. Like,
well, they didn't want to get more scenes cut, I guess. So,
yeah, that would be something where they have to add in, like, he had a phallic object coming out of his head, and this
phallic
was very, very, very offensive, and this phallic object proceeded to. That's what they would have to do.
So he takes off back to the house, and she comes out shortly after and follows him. And they both end up back at the house, and somehow she has fucking dynamite, or he has dynamite. I don't know where the hell they get the dynamite from.
The dynamite shop.
Yeah.
There's one on every corner in America.
That is almost literally what I said, isn't it, Anon?
Dynamites. Get your gun, get your dynamite. So, she got some fucking dynamite, and she sets the explosives, and Dickhead goes up. It's just a mess of a climax.
Yeah.
In many ways. But the machine comes back on again. Evil Doctor comes back. And this is the most Cronenberg scale on 1 to 10. I think it'd be about 12.5, maybe.
Yeah, no, this definitely breaks the scale. I mean, Cronenberg himself would have, he would have
10 times the goo.
Yeah, I think he would have been very impressed with this scene. I think he would.
Yeah,
he is.
It's just crazy. There's body parts coming out of mutated
body
parts, and
yeah.
Jeffrey Combs being birthed at the back of
it's
the evil professor, and it's slime and fucking heads appearing everywhere. It's quite intense.
It is intense, and it's great. It's really great. It's awesome.
And let's face the fact that the story in this is great, right? It's a good story.
It is.
But I think it's only there for body horror and tits, really, isn't it? It's a vehicle for goo and tits.
Yeah. Personally, in terms of an exploitation movie, a criticism would have been like, oh, come on, Mr. Stuart Gordon, like more tits, more sex. Like it could have actually gone further.
Oh, I agree, but then again, it was
that's not really
it was.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just it just again, I'll bring up that 80-minute rated version as opposed to the 86-minute unrated version. Can you imagine if there were more tits and sex?
Yeah, it would have been like 12 minutes long.
Yeah,
Maybe.
exactly. I think it's done really well for itself.
Yeah, and then the machine explodes and everyone dies,
Yeah.
basically. But do we care at that point? Because we've had our fill of not so much tits, but gooey, transformative Cronenberg body horror things, and you really have to see it to appreciate it. It's especially considering it was 87, the special effects hold up pretty bloody good. Most of them hold up good.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they turn out really well. I think.
The
I think
tips turn out really well.
Uh, well, yeah, no, everything holds up really well. I mean, I actually, as we speak, I'm watching the Blu-ray. It's the famous BDSM scene where Ken Furry's character almost gives in.
Oh yeah.
Most of this scene was cut out in the rated version.
That's sad.
Yeah, it basically cuts to the electrical box and his face with his tightening lips, and he's like, should I fuck her? Shouldn't I fuck her? Should I fuck her? And then like all of her is cut out, even her face. Like,
oh
yeah.
Oh well, I mean, we can have all that stuff added back in now with
we can,
Blu-ray and DVD, and
you know what, we can and we do, but that doesn't help the box office.
Oh no, I agree, but it was the casualty of the time it was made. So
yeah, oh yeah, it was the time of the video nasty.
Yes,
yeah, where Friday the 13th, also the series, as bad as it was, it's a lot of fun and it suffered too. Yeah, gory. It could be as gory as they wanted it to be, but tits, and TNA basically all cut out.
Friday the 13th didn't give no fucks.
Well, it didn't, but it still suffered about that.
It did pretty well though.
Oh man, it made so much money.
Just in video format, just not in the
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. unrated video format.
People waited for the fucking unrated.
All those 14-year-old boys were like, "Holy shit,
tits!"
So, final thoughts on From Beyond?
Her broken leg is gross. It's almost as gross as her face.
Right at the end, when she jumps.
When she jumps out the window. Fuck.
Yeah, it's actually that scene is actually quite horrifying. It's done well. She looks down and Well,
yeah, you see bone. It's pretty gross.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty unique adaptation of a Lovecraft story, but it certainly is a loose adaptation.
It's really
of a Lovecraft story.
I think it's a lot of fun. It's not a movie you should expect to take too serious, but if you just want a fun movie to watch, probably with friends is the best way.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if people talk and joke through it, because that's part of the charm, right?
It is, especially if you've seen it before. It's just one of those. Like I said, it's a popcorn flick. You can just sit down and just enjoy. And
I could honestly,
have a good time.
I couldn't resist laughing out loud at his face when he opens that door after he's sucked his first brain. Just the cross eyes and the floppy dick thing coming out of his foot. It's very
like I said at the start, they all chew up the scenery right throughout.
They do. Yeah.
And I think that's on purpose. It's part of the tone.
Yeah.
Can I talk about the director again for the minute?
Yeah, go for it.
He directed 3 other Lovecraft stories. He adapted 3 others. He actually did this one before From Beyond. I think most people will be familiar with it. It's Reanimator, based on Herbert West Reanimator, which is such a fantastic Lovecraft story. One of my favorites.
I agree.
It's like I said, I reread it often. It's so good.
I haven't read it since the 90s, but I do remember that was one of the good ones. It's set in a civil war, though, isn't it? From memory,
it is. Yeah.
So a bit different.
It is different, but I love. I can just sit down on the couch and just turn the lamp to dim and just read it basically whenever, and it's never boring. And the adaptation of that, the film version, is actually pretty good, directed by Stuart Gordon, the same fellow. After From Beyond, he directed Dagon in 2001, which is also a pretty cool adaptation.
I've seen it, but I have not seen it in a long time, and I think I've only seen it once, so I don't remember a lot about it.
Well, it's based loosely on The Shadow over Innsmouth.
And it's the guy who goes to the fishing village.
Yes.
Yeah, I do remember it now. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Very loosely, but it's still it's a
Yeah.
pretty good film, and it takes itself seriously. It's not tongue in cheek like Reanimator or From Beyond.
Yeah.
He also directed a Masters of Horror, which is a TV series from 2000.
Yeah, some of that was pretty good.
Yeah, called Dream. It's his adaptation of Dreams in the Witch House, which is adapted from the short story of the same name.
I've seen that episode.
Yeah, I love Masters of Horror. Yeah, it's a really good adaptation. Really cool. It's just under an hour, and I think he does a really good job. He also directed 2 Edgar Allan Poe stories. The Pit and the Pendulum, which is one of my favorite films, probably one of my top 10 favorite films of all time, personally, starring Lance Henriksen. Miss Anon and I actually watched that together a couple of years ago. Do you remember that?
Which one's that, sorry?
The Pit and the Pendulum. It's based during the Spanish Inquisition.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Really, really very good, actually. Yes, I remember that.
That's loosely based on an Edgar Allan Poe story. And he also did The Black Cat for, again, Masters of Horror. And then a few others. Like he was a writer for Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. He directed other cool films, like a science fiction type prison movie called Fortress in 1992.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually really liked that movie. Castle Freak in 1995, which is a really cool movie that's loosely based on Edgar Allan Poe's work, not any particular story in general, but it's based on his work. And then he kind of faded. The last thing he directed is an episode of Fear Itself, which is another TV series similar.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah, it's called Eater. I like that. That's my favorite episode of that series. But yeah, he just, as far as I know, he's still kind of active, but he's getting a little older. I think he's in his mid-70s now, and I really appreciate what he did, just adapting these strange, at the time, and unknown, again, at the time, Lovecraft works into these almost dreamlike movies that were just bizarre and so cool. So even if somebody in 1987 wasn't familiar with H.P. Lovecraft, they could get into these movies and just enjoy these zany, wacky stories for what they are.
I can't think of a big budget mainstream adaptation of a Lovecraft movie.
Me neither. I don't think there is one. A big budget. Hollywood style. I mean, there is The Mist, which is a very big budget. Like, well, not very, but it's a fairly big budget. It is a Hollywood adaptation, but it's
not of Lovecraft. You could say it's Lovecraft inspired, but
that's the wrong word. Sorry, yeah, that's not an adaptation. You're right. Yeah,
an actual adaptation of an actual Lovecraft story. I mean, there's so many to choose from, and there's so many short stories too.
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro. He wanted to. I'm sure you're familiar with him. He directed.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, of course you are. Yeah. He wanted to do. I can't remember which one it was. At the Mountains of Madness.
Yep.
He wanted to, and he wanted to do like a straight up rated R, 95% accurate adaptation of At the Mountains of Madness, but the studio wanted it PG-13, so he pulled out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that would have been, because Guillermo del Toro, he is one of the most, like, I can't praise the guy enough. The guy is a fucking genius, right? Like, I talk to Miss Anon about him all the time. Like, he wanted to direct the new adaptation of It.
Oh yeah, and then
he wanted to do it scene for scene, 4 parts, just this massive epic.
What would you consider big budget for a Lovecraft movie? Like, how big of a budget are you talking?
I'm talking 50 million at least. Like,
Okay.
this big budget, $50 million Hollywood production. This massive production
Because
with a huge advertising budget behind it, like the whole works.
well, the Necronomicon that came out in when is that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's not really what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's not that huge of a budget.
Yeah, and it's not like I guess mainstream quality. It's it's more.
Well, I mean, I'll use quality in a loose term there. I mean, again, I stand by that big budget doesn't necessarily mean good.
No, but I guess what we're talking about is production quality, something like The Mist.
Mm.
Well, again, Del Toro, he wanted to do At the Mountains of Madness.
Yeah, that obviously would have been.
That's the closest we've ever gotten, I believe.
I think that you could make a fantastic Lovecraft TV series.
Oh yeah.
What I would do is have it semi. How can I put it? I would have it set in modern time, but each episode would be a story that takes place in the past. So I'd have maybe a university student writing a thesis on modern mythology in the 20th century or something like that. And maybe she discovers her great-grandfather's diary, who was the black sheep of the family and considered crazy. And it talks about all this, crazy shit, right? Which she doesn't believe. So she then goes to investigate. So she can go to, was it Miskatonic University and look through the books
something like that in New England.
Yeah, and then as she's discovering this and putting all the pieces together, we see a Lovecraft story, which may go over, 2 episodes or whatever. What do you think of something like that as an idea?
That is a good idea. As you were talking about that, I was just going to interject. What if all of Lovecraft's stories were real? What if he was actually influenced by these great old ones? You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's interesting.
You know how
that
there
would be an interesting movie or TV series.
Yeah. No, I agree. That would be that. I think his work in general, just the idea of it, could make a very interesting series. But it would have to be handled correctly. It would have to be done by a network
and have a decent budget.
It would have to have a huge budget, I think, and it would have to be done by HBO or Netflix.
Yes.
Netflix in its prime, not PC, right? It would have to actually be done properly.
Yeah, I can't imagine a network doing it. It would have to be cable.
Yeah, it's like HBO, I think.
Yeah.
But not just HBO. Like, you know what? I hate to say it, but even like FX or something could do it. That's a network, but sometimes they don't give a fuck, right? Like, I know it's Fox, but sometimes they just don't give a shit, and they'll do whatever. So, but yeah, it would have to have a massive budget, I think, to do it justice. Not to pay the actors per se, but just to really delve deep into this mythology.
We can dream. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think it'll ever happen.
I don't know about.
Never. Wait a minute. I don't know who the director is behind it, but news from the last day and a half. You're going to cringe at this, but Nicolas Cage has been cast to star in The Color Out of Space. Hey, man. Hey, give it a chance. Have you seen Mandy?
No, I haven't.
Oh my God! Again, Nicolas Cage. It is actually. It's legitimately good. Nicolas Cage is one of those guys. He's one of those actors. He goes from absolutely fucking terrible to absolutely phenomenal. Sometimes
I would agree with that.
I think he's an amazing actor and a terrible actor at the
When
same
he
time.
when he's got a good script to work with, he's a really good actor.
So I need to.
He just doesn't say no to anything.
He doesn't, but I need to interrupt myself and say that The Color Out of Space might be the adaptation we're looking for, because it's looking to be a hard R-rated film, directly based on a Lovecraft story. I just thought of that now.
Is it green lit or is it just?
It's green lit. It's green lit. It's been written and he's been cast.
You know how Hollywood is with green lighting things, though. I mean,
Oh no, it could all go to shit.
yeah, Dune was meant to be remade like 50 times in the last 10 years.
And it was green lit every time. I know.
Yeah, yeah. And then someone would pull out, and then things would fall apart. And
As they
That's
do.
why you shouldn't put out.
but yeah, which is understandable because it's a very complex thing making a movie, especially a huge budget movie. There's a lot of moving parts, so I can understand it falling apart sometimes. But
Yeah.
it's often disappointing when it does.
Oh,
Like the
for
It
sure.
remake we should have gotten but didn't.
Yeah, well, again, that's Del Toro, man.
Oh, I know.
He wanted to.
Speaking of Stephen King,
Yeah.
Yeah, The Mist.
let's move on to the last movie, The Mist,
Let's depress ourselves, shall we?
which is
Shall
a
we?
Stephen King adaptation, but in the style of Lovecraft.
Yeah,
With a
well,
much darker ending.
yeah, well, it is in the style of Lovecraft, but again, Stephen King was heavily influenced by Lovecraft in most of his work, and especially in The Mist and It and Crouch End and other things. So again, without Lovecraft, The Mist wouldn't exist even in short story form.
Most of his stories wouldn't exist. The stuff that isn't set in reality, anyway.
Well, that's
Well,
just it. Yeah.
all of Stephen King's stuff is set in the same universe. Well, that's not exactly right. In the same universes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah.
And
Well,
all
Stephen-
those universes are part of one universe, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, in his work, it's called the Macroverse.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess we should briefly kind of describe that because it's the Dark Tower series which really brings everything together.
Mhm.
So go ahead.
Well, what we have is numerous universes, some of which are completely different and some of which are very, very similar, in which all the events of all of Stephen King's books take place. And they're all connected by the Dark Tower, which is like it's kind of like, if you imagine a wagon wheel, the Dark Tower is like the axle.
Yeah.
And it has beams coming off it, which are like the spokes. And then if you've got the rim of the wagon wheel, that's where all the different universes are. And some of them are pushed up against one another, and you can actually cross from one to the other at certain points, which
is very significant for today, what we're talking
yeah,
about.
I think they're called thinnies.
Yes.
The area where you can break through one to the other.
In the Dark Tower series, but they're not called thinnies in other stories. They're called other things.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes.
So the way I see it, and I'm not an expert on Stephen King, so if I get something wrong, please someone correct me. But if we look at the universes as like individual rooms, and the thinnies as like doorways between those rooms, the place where the creatures from the Mist come from are like inside the walls between those rooms.
Yeah.
So they're like the spiders and the rats and whatever that live in the gaps between the universes, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Yes, it does. As I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the episode, it's called a toadish or todish space. That's what it's called. Todash.
And is that where the creature from It comes from too?
No. That is a different space entirely where he comes from.
Okay.
He comes from the same space that the ancient turtle comes from.
Okay. Yeah.
The creature itself, and there are many of them.
Yeah, one appears in the Dark Tower series.
Yes, one does. I mean, we only really see two of them in the whole Stephen King mythos, I guess. But it is a very, very powerful thing that is essentially just below the creator of the universe in terms of power.
Mm.
And the creator of the universe, in this case, our universe, is the turtle, which we find out in It, the book, that he literally just vomited forth because he had a stomach ache.
And the turtle is one of the signs in the Dark Tower
Yes.
series.
Yes, the turtle isn't. I forget the turtle's name. Maturin, I think is how you pronounce his name. And he is just below Gon or Gan, Gan, which is God. And then below that we have beings like Randall Flagg, who takes many, many forms.
Yes, it appears in many books.
Yeah, most people will know him from The Stand. Miss Dawn read The Stand a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's below it. Like there's a bit of a higher.
He's also one of the main characters in the Dark Tower.
He's
He's the guy that the main character is chasing at the start of the first book.
Yes, indeed. I just mentioned The Stand because that's what most people would know Randall Flagg from, because he's called Randall Flagg. And yeah, he goes by
many things.
He's called, yes, he's a being that is not Randall Flagg. He's many, many things.
And there's actually another dimension in one of the Dark Tower books, which is almost identical to the one in The Stand, but it's slightly different. So it's that same series of events has happened in more than one universe.
Okay, I should interrupt. I think I've mentioned this before, but I have not read all the Dark Tower books. You can spoil as much as you want, but I can only go so far.
Yeah, no, that's cool. It's a long time ago I went through them, but they briefly pass through one of the other universes, which is like The Stand but slightly different, and they go through different thingies to get in and out, basically.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's book 4, maybe. I can't remember. There's a lot of books in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Well, there's 7 in the series, I think, so far. So.
That's going to be a big.
There was another one released after the final book, which takes place between, I think, books 4 and 5 or 5 and 6.
Well,
I don't remember.
You know, he has stated that he's not finished yet, even though the series is technically finished. So, I mean, we'll see.
And an interesting finish it was too, but I won't spoil it for you.
Okay, well, I mean, I would like to read them one day. So
yeah.
All right, so should we actually get into the mist now?
Sure.
Yep. So actually, we see the main character, who's an artist, and he's just finished a painting or finishing a painting, and it's actually of the main character from the Dark Tower.
Yeah, it's a movie. It's a movie poster.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's the cover of that book.
Which happens in the minis. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Which happens in it's the Gunslinger. Yeah. Which
and
happens in the story too, in the miniseries or the mini.
And he looks like Clint Eastwood because the character was based on Clint Eastwood. So
we also have a poster of The Thing in the background.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is very Lovecraftian. It just fits. Yeah.
And there's a major storm. And basically they wake up the next morning to find a lot of damage, including a tree through their house.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very pleasant.
No. Not
through
a good way to wake up.
Right through his studio, no less.
And it destroys Gunslinger. It's very depressing. And their son's very excited because the boathouse is just smashed.
Oh my goodness, is he ever excited?
Oh yeah, look at it's just smashed, Dad. It's flat. You've got to come see. So they go and look at this boathouse, and it's their neighbor's dead tree that they've been whining about, having him remove it for, I guess, a while.
Yeah.
And it finally did the damage that they knew it was going to do at some point.
Yeah,
The neighbor is a little bit of an asshole, let's say.
A little bit.
he is, but there's a little bit of a untold story behind that too, right? Like,
Which we find out a little bit later, but
Yeah.
he lost that anyway.
he did.
He did. Which is maybe why he's a little nicer when he goes over there to ask for his insurance information.
Yeah,
And his collectible lovely car got crushed by another tree on his property, so he's not a very happy camper.
no,
Yeah, so there's trees down everywhere. It was a major fucking storm, let's say.
Yeah, it was ugly. And at this point they notice some kind of mist upon the lake that's ominous looking.
I wonder if that's significant.
I wonder.
It's
In a
a
movie called
mystery
The Mist.
considering, the name. Yeah, that might be important for later on. We should probably pay attention.
Probably.
Yep.
So main character Thomas and his son Nathan are going to go to the town and get some plastic to cover up the window with. And his neighbor asks if he could give him a ride because he does not have a car.
Yeah.
So they all go to the store and he decides he's going to try and call his wife, even though he just left her not 10 minutes ago.
So it's basically a big supermarket.
Yeah.
Lots of shelves, lots of people inside.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. It's like a Walmart where there's more than just groceries, though.
but very small Walmart. It's it's an American grocery store where there's booze and dog food and
Yeah, but they've got some stuff.
yeah,
Little hardware.
the lanterns and
Little camping gear. Not a ton of stuff, but a little bit.
yeah.
And
Yeah, we should point out this is a small town up in the mountains somewhere. So.
In Maine somewhere. Or
Yeah, well,
New
all
England.
of Stephen King's stories take place in Maine.
90% of them, yeah. The
Yeah.
ones that don't have people from Maine.
yeah, they've escaped.
Well, just
So-
like The Shining, it's based in Colorado, but they're all from Maine. So
Mm.
They're all in the store. Everybody's trying to get provisions because the storm's knocked the power out. Nobody's phones work. Everything's sort of chaotic. And
And we have a real mix of people in there too. There's 3 army guys and
four. There's four.
four army
Yeah.
guys.
Forgetting
Oh.
helmet guy. He's there. He's there at the beginning.
Oh, MP guy.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
there's a whole bunch of just the average people. There's a crazy religious person because why wouldn't
Yep.
there be in a Stephen King book? There's some teachers and then the staff at the store. There's just a hodgepodge of people. Everybody is shopping because nobody has anything apparently during.
Yeah, I noticed something. I mustn't have seen this for some time because I noticed that 2 of the actresses in this are from The Walking Dead. So
They are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
that was a surprise to me. So it must have been a while since I've seen it.
Okay. I need to ask. I know that Miss Anon hasn't read it, but Bane, have you read the short story?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the only one. You're gonna have to explain the other ending to
Oh,
us.
only if you want spoilers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The short
spoil
story
book.
it's very, very, very endearing. It's very well written.
We'll just extra warn people. If we're doing a movie about a book, we're probably gonna spoil the book too.
Yeah, one of us will have read it probably.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Anyways, they're all in the store, and all of a sudden, this very, very thick mist rolls in, and
the
it's
mist they saw earlier. Ooh.
the mist that they saw earlier. Yes, but it's when you think of a thick mist, think holding your hand in front of your face and not being able to see it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not quite like that because otherwise it would have been unfilmable for us to be able to see the
Yes.
characters. But for them, the characters themselves, it is so thick you can't see right in front of you.
Yeah, you could hold your hand out at arm's length and you could not see it no matter how hard you focused.
Yeah.
That's
and
how
then
thick the mist is.
all of a sudden there's a very, very violent earthquake. Lights are flying off the ceiling type earthquake. And everybody's screaming and panicking. And after said earthquake, we start getting a lot of frantic people, including one lady who we'll just call her Karen because she doesn't have a name, but it's the actress from The Walking Dead.
You know what? That's fine. Yeah.
She actually doesn't have a name at all.
No. And she's very endearing.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
And she is very distressed, and she goes, "I have to leave." And everybody's saying, "Oh, you shouldn't, because you cannot see. Nobody knows what's going on. There was a violent earthquake, and then there's this."
Has Panicky Guy turned up yet? I think Panicky Guy's there, hasn't he? He runs in and says,
Yeah,
yes. Actually, no, he comes in with the fog.
Yeah. Just as the mist is coming in. The fog's a different.
He's running from it.
He heralds the mist. He's the messenger.
Yeah, he's running from it. It's almost like it's chasing him.
Well, because something took John Lee, is what he screams.
Yeah, it took John Lee. There's something in the mist. There's something in the mist. Don't go out there. There's something in the mist, and he's bloody and oh god, the acting is just it's beautiful. It makes up for the other stuff.
he steals the show in just one little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We believe him.
Yeah.
There's something in the mist. So this is obviously why everybody's wary about going out into it. And we'll call her Karen. She's very distraught. And she says, my 2 kids are at home. I told them I'd be gone for just a few minutes. My daughter's watching the baby, and she forgets she's watching him sometimes. She's only 8.
And the way she delivers that is still very convincing too.
It's heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching. And she goes, won't some gentleman escort a lady home? And nobody wants to help her. And our main protagonist, Thomas, is like, "Hey, I got my own kid to worry about." Yeah. So
Well, you have to remember at this point they're convinced that there's something going on out there.
Oh no! I don't personally blame any of them for not helping.
Yeah,
that's.
Well, they're not sure. None of them are sure.
Just in case someone's listening and hasn't seen it, people are terrified of the mist. It's not like they don't really give a shit about this woman and her kids.
They're terrified. Yes, all of a sudden,
someone actually says to her, "If you go out there, you're going to get killed," which is a fair criticism. I mean, let's say a kid's out alone at home. I can understand her wanting to go and save them.
Of course,
but if she's going to get killed 2 minutes after leaving the shop, then what's the point?
And they're very likely still alive in their home.
Right? Yeah. They may actually be safe. Maybe the best option for her is to stay in the shop and wait it out.
Yeah.
But I mean, we don't know though. That's the thing. Mm-hmm. None of the characters know, so it's a risk of the way.
No, and I would suspect that. I mean, us as the audience know that it's a threat, but
yeah.
How do these people know? So, I think the reactions at this point are on point.
Oh yeah, I think most people would be like, she's not a baby. You don't leave 2 babies at home. I mean, you can.
She's 8. She's fine. Just
like it's not legal to leave her alone, but
she's fine.
She's probably fine. They're probably a little scared, but they'll stay inside.
Yeah.
More than likely, they'll just stay inside and wait.
Yeah.
So.
But,
she's not having it. She's going home to her kids, and
which I can understand from a parent's point of view.
I mean, I don't know about like parental motherly instincts. I don't have those, but I can understand a mother's desire to want to go and make sure her children are safe. Like that would be, I think, most parents' first thought.
Unless you hated your kids, in which case,
in which case you're really happy. Maybe they'll die.
Crack open a beer and relax.
I think it would be top priority. I don't
Yeah.
I don't want kids. I don't really like kids, but I can tell you that if I had kids, I would. I don't know
You'd
if
be
I
at
would.
that door.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I would want to, even if I
Yeah.
knew.
I'm sort of imagining how
Yeah.
I would feel if I knew my dog was at home in,
Well,
in
yeah.
some kind of real danger. I think I mean, I don't know if I'd risk my life for my dog, but I would
Yeah.
want to. There would be some real desire there.
Yeah. So anyway, she's not dumb. I've
No.
heard people call her stupid. I don't think she's stupid. I think she's a little bit. She acts a little bit hastily, but she's not stupid.
Hey man,
Yeah,
she-
panicky maybe.
so
Fear
we,
of something happening to
Yeah.
her kids.
Yeah.
Perfectly natural.
yeah.
Yes.
So we don't know what happens to her. She goes out into the mist, and then we don't hear from her again for
Well,
a
ever.
long while.
We
Yeah.
don't hear.
No,
We don't hear from her. So
we do though. We do hear from her again. But
I know.
but-
I know.
yeah, spoilers.
well, I mean,
Spoilers.
you kind of yeah. I
Yeah,
kind of
you gotta spoil it. It's spoil
Yeah,
it.
I know what you're thinking. It's a bit of a bookend, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
It is. So she walks out into the mist, and then that's it. We don't think about her anymore. She's gone.
Yeah,
And-
she's only in it at the start for a very short period of time, so
Yeah,
it's
just a few
just,
minutes of
just,
real time.
just another character, really. Like you said, I don't think she even has a name in it. So
No, she doesn't.
No,
Yeah.
nobody calls her
So-
Mrs. anything or nothing.
We get our first insane ramblings from Mrs. Carmody.
Ugh.
And she's already starting to tell people that this is Judgment Day, that God is angry with them and they're going to be punished, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then we just get character introductions for the next little while. Thomas makes his rounds, trying to get his kid to calm down. We meet one of his teachers and. Well, two of his teachers. They're both teachers.
can I just jump in and point something out? And
Sure.
it may be a little bit controversial, but I think you'll agree with me. I think The Mist is a zombie movie without zombies.
Yes.
Well, sure, absolutely. It has that siege mentality, and of course, it has that the inner conflict of the group.
Mm.
Yep. It has all the same human drama.
The inner conflict of the group is at the forefront in this movie, I think.
The only difference is they don't know what the threat is for a lot longer.
Yeah.
Usually in a zombie movie, they're fucking aware.
90% of the people remain ignorant to the threat
Until the first night.
until the first night, which is
Yeah.
you got to think when they first get to the supermarket in the film. It's morning. It's
Yeah,
early.
early morning.
Like it probably just got light, like maybe like an hour or two before. So
But in your typical haunted house type movie, right, the people are trying to survive and get out.
Yeah.
yes.
In a zombie movie, it's people trying to get in. And
Well,
the
they're
threat is-
trying to
the
get
threat-
in and fortify and survive.
Yeah, and the threat is on the outside, but the drama comes from inside, where the people are under stress and their personalities clash. So you have the threat from the outside and the drama from personal
this case-
conflicts on the
and-
inside.
I was going
And
to say, in this case, we have a real threat on the inside, too.
There is, and I think the drama is actually very good in this case. I
Oh,
like
God,
the
yeah.
drama. Yeah, I think it's quite well done. So
Yeah.
a lot of the characters are a little bit irritating, but of course they're supposed to be.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
doing their job.
Some of them irritate me, like what's his face, his neighbor.
Oh, Mr. What's His Face?
Andre.
Whatever his name is.
Andre.
The judge guy.
Yeah,
Is he
I
a judge
hate.
or lawyer?
Yeah, he's so irritating. But again, of course, he's
Or no, sorry, Brent.
Brent. Yes,
Yeah.
or something. Yeah,
Brent Norton.
Mr. Norton. That's what it is. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
so irritating. I know he's supposed to be, but holy fuck.
He's
And I
another
think-
actor I've seen in tons of things, but I don't know his name.
Yeah,
So-
I know. That's yeah. He's
I
in.
keep calling the main character Thomas, but that's the actor's real name.
Well,
he's
it's Tom
David.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, yeah. The main character is played by Tom Jane, who
Yeah.
I know best as the Punisher, and
Yeah.
you, the audience, and you, Bane, and you, Miss Anon, may know best as somebody else, but I know him best as the Punisher.
Yeah.
So
So sorry, we have son Billy and main character David. I've been using the actors' names and not the actual characters' names.
Well, that's
That,
fine.
that doesn't matter. You're
Yeah. People figure
referring
it out.
to a character as Penis Head.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sorry,
but he was a
Penis Head,
bit. He
like,
was a dick.
we have for a whole movie. So
It's true.
Yeah.
So, everybody kind of branches off into their own little groups.
Yes.
People that sort of know each other are sticking really close together and you know,
Which
supporting
is
each
what
other.
would happen. So
And he's really worried about his son because he's sucking his thumb and he's sort of in shock, which I don't blame him. So he hands his kid off to one of his teachers, and he goes to get him a blanket out of the back room. And the generator is plugged up from the outside, and it's leaking a bunch of exhaust inside the stock room in the back. So he shuts it off, which turns all the lights off.
I wonder what could have plugged it up.
Yeah. Huh. Tentacles again. It's always tentacles. So he gets the store manager, Ollie, and a couple of the locals.
Ollie, another actor I've seen in tons of things.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've
he's
seen
a
him in-
secondary actor in a lot of stuff.
I've seen him in everything and nothing. I can't produce his name in my head to save my life.
Yeah, he's in the Captain America movies more recently, but he's been in tons and tons of things.
Oh yeah.
So they get.
I think he's English, actually. If
He is.
yeah, there you go.
He is.
Hmm.
But they go back to maybe assess the situation, and a couple of the local mechanics, and the stock boy decide they're going to go out and clear the vent so they can turn the generator back on.
Well, the stock boy decides he's going to go out, and the two drunks decide why not.
Yeah, well, they don't like that David's talking down to him with his big old book learning blank brain.
Hey,
That's
yeah.
right.
His big,
City knowledge.
yeah, your college education, and they're rather insulted that he thinks he knows best, and he's saying, "No, man, I heard something outside because something rattled the garage door to
Yeah.
the rolling
Roller
dock
door, yeah.
luggage out there." So he's telling them to stay inside because they still don't know what the fuck's going on out there. And they go, "You know what? No, fuck you. We're gonna open this gate and we're gonna go and we're gonna let the stock boy go out and do this thing because he knows where the
And
vent
get
is.
killed by the mist because, why
Yeah.
not?
Fuck him."
And this is one of my favorite parts of the movie. Mind you, I have quite a few favorite parts.
Yeah, this
Just about anything with the creatures, I think, is.
one is like slack-jawed retarded though, because they open this fucking door and the tentacles start coming in immediately.
Right away.
Yeah.
Right away, there's the
Tentacles.
wall of mist, and the mist. There's a wall of it. It's like it's thick enough to almost be an entity.
It moves in when they open the door. It kind of sucks in about a half an inch.
Yeah, and then goes back
as
out.
it would, and yeah, it's like its own thing. Yes.
So the tentacles start coming in, and they don't immediately close the fucking door.
Yeah.
Nobody does fucking anything but stare at it.
Which you know what? Again, I've read the miniseries. It makes more sense, or miniseries rather,
The book, yeah.
the short story. It makes more sense in the short story. This scene is a direct adaptation of the short story scene,
Okay.
and it doesn't seem silly at all in the short story.
Well, maybe I'm thinking it's silly because I'm a viewer, and to
They-
me, they're
no.
all in shock.
They in
Yeah,
the book it comes across better. They are so in shock. All of a sudden, again, think of it. Your grasp on reality, and think of it. You open this garage door and this white mist is out there, and right out of the blue, instantly, right away, 12 tentacles come in.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah. Well, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
we're not surprised because we've gone to this movie expecting to see
but
12
again,
people
What do you do?
come under
You
the fucking door.
stare at them.
I'm just
Yeah,
judging.
you're like,
I'm judging them with a sane mind, going, "What
Yeah.
the fuck? Why are you staring
Well,
at it?"
You know what? That's fair and unfair because they are immediately insane with what the fuck is that?
Yeah, Maybe,
Like,
and
they're-
maybe they don't know it's a threat either. Maybe they're
They
just
might not.
staring at it like.
Just nobody's ever seen anything like that in the history of Earth ever. Nobody's
So-
seen that.
One
So-
of the tentacles gets really rather close to Stockboy and opens up into what I can only describe as a toothy vagina.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you've seen teeth, it's very reminiscent.
Yeah.
And just for the record, that is not the best type of vagina.
No, we don't. You like
No.
them toothless.
No.
Nar.
Nar.
Oh god. So, toothy, so toothy vagina proceeds to attack Stockboy. Has him by the leg, starts dragging him out.
Oh.
And at this point, David jumps into action, and he's starting
So-
to.
They are really well designed tentacles. You think of tentacles, you think of an octopus or something. It just
Yeah.
wraps around. But this has barbs and like a
Teeth.
mouth and teeth and all kinds of things. So it doesn't just wrap around you; it actually bites into you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's trying to pull this poor Stockboy away, and now he's screaming at everybody. Close the door, as you do. And Ollie is at least smart enough to go and get a fire axe,
Mm.
and he manages to sever the one tentacle, but it's not enough. It's had a taste of him now, and now it really wants him.
Yeah.
So we lose Stockboy. He gets dragged out, and they manage to get the gate closed.
I think if we've learned anything from Lovecraft-inspired movies, is always have a fire axe handy.
Yes. I should mention that Thomas Jane's character has to let the Stockboy go.
Yeah, he has to. Well, yeah.
You see him. It's awful. It's terrible. You see him make the decision in his head. I need to let this fucking kid go and die, or we're all gonna die. You see it.
He sacrifices him essentially, like
Yeah.
to save
Like
the rest
he
of
lets
them.
him go, and he's begging for like, please help me, and he just can't because you can't.
How could you? Really?
Yeah.
How could you?
Yeah.
So he lets him go. They get it closed, and they've got a piece of this fucking toothy tentacle laying on the ground. He
Yeah.
beats the crap out of one of those mechanics because
Oh.
he blames them as adults for not looking out for the stupid, boisterous teenage boy who was going to
Yeah.
go out and clear out the vent.
He was just a kid. He was a
Yeah.
stupid kid, and he's
He's
right.
like-
He
yeah,
was a stupid kid. Like, come on,
He
guys.
has an excuse. What's your excuse? He was
Yeah.
he was a kid. What's your excuse?
Yeah.
So he feels really bad. Granted, the mechanic guy, he feels pretty fucking awful. Not that makes a difference, but whatever. He feels bad, and they converse a little bit and decide that they have to tell everybody. Everybody has a right to know
Yeah.
about the tentacle monster out in the mist.
That goes down well.
Yeah. Well, at first they try to just convince Brent because they think he's the most respected. He's the new local judge, and he takes great offense and thinks they're all picking on him because he's an out-of-towner.
Yes.
Which, you can kind of understand. Someone comes up to you and says, all right, Stockboy was killed by a giant tentacle.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, okay, maybe that's not true.
And but here's where he really pisses me off because they tell him that they've got proof, and they just want him to come back and look at it, and he fucking refuses.
Yeah.
And that's where I think like he could have gone back there expecting to be scared by a thing and just not played their game if he thought they were really just fucking with it.
It's
But
blissful.
no.
It's blissful ignorance at its worst.
Yeah. So I guess the assistant manager comes over. Everybody comes over. Now they're all hearing it. And we've got the guy that was running from the mist at the very beginning, agreeing with them, going, yes, there's something out there in the mist.
Yeah.
So we've got, I'd say, a 50-50 split of people willing to believe it and people saying, oh, no, this is stupid, this
And
bullshit.
there is a fairly large number of people in this shopping
I'd say
or
40,
supermarket, I should say.
point.
Yeah, which is fairly large for this type of movie. Usually,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Usually
you
it's
have
like
a smaller, tighter group.
Yeah. So
Mind you, most of the characters are just background characters.
yeah, they just need to be there for the cult later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they managed to convince the assistant manager to come back and have a look. And he goes back there, and of course he sees the tentacle, and he pokes it, and it disintegrates. So of course now they have no evidence to show anybody else. But he was the only one willing to go back and look. He then comes out and tells everybody that they have a serious situation. And at this point, I think it's like 75% of people are convinced.
Yeah.
Because he was pretty obnoxious too, saying, "Oh no, it's bullshit."
Yes, he was.
Right?
But at least he came around right away upon seeing the proof. So
Yeah. So it's like early afternoon at this point. Hasn't been too long. Shit's really hitting the fan already. Somebody's already dead.
One point which I think we missed earlier on. It's a minor point, but I think it's important. The MP told the 3 army guys that they had to go back to the base, and their leave was cancelled.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, and they were like, "Oh fuck, we had only a half an hour to go."
Yeah,
we would have been on the bus. Yeah, the MP, the army guys, they're very important to the plot. So
yes,
and there is an army base nearby, which
up on the mountain.
Yep, which
is where they saw the mist coming from in the.
I wonder if they're responsible for this.
Interesting. So there are 3 army guys left in the store. The MP did leave right as the mist first got there. During all the kerfuffle, he goes, "I gotta go." So he leaves at the beginning. So now they've got most of the store convinced that there's some shit going on outside.
Yeah.
And Brent is still not convinced, and he manages to get a small group of people to leave with him.
Yes.
And they go out into the mist, and how quickly did shit hit the fan for them, or did they go?
In the book, within 15 seconds, and in the movie, it doesn't seem to be any less than that.
Yeah, it happens quickly. Shit hits the fan pretty fast.
Yeah,
I can kind of understand.
Most die silently, and some die loudly,
screaming.
Yeah,
but they don't see anything. I think that's what's so terrifying about this movie.
No, one of
them
thinks they sees a silhouette of something. Maybe.
Yeah, they don't really see anything. So the survivors, the stragglers, they managed to get back in the store.
Yes.
I think is it only him or is he?
It's only one in the book survives. I don't.
And it's not him. It's not Brent. He dies.
No, Brent. No, he dies. And disappears.
Yeah, he's gone in that kerfuffle right away.
Not forever. You never hear from him again either way. So
yeah. So. And then at this point, they were trying to bunker down the store. They were stacking up dog food and manure and
why didn't they move the shelves to the window?
That's what I said to Master Anon when we were watching it.
I think
I know why in the book.
Well, I think the supermarket's a good place to be.
They're bolted to the concrete floor.
Oh,
okay.
They should have mentioned that in the movie because it is a bit of a plot hole.
Yeah, in the book, they're bolted to the concrete floor. They try.
Which they do that.
They try to undo them, and they can't. It's not. It would take 3 days to undo one of them.
Oh, okay.
So they don't have the tools or the means.
No, even if they did, it would still take 3 days. They can't. They need power tools to do it, like excavation materials, and they don't have that. So
and they need to get something in front of the windows.
Yeah.
So it's dog food. And,
I think the supermarket's good in the sense that you have lots of food.
Yeah.
You may be there for a while. So having lots of food and water is a good thing. But
you're not going to starve.
Yeah, but glass windows all along the front. Yeah. Really, really bad.
And they mentioned that a lot in the book too. It's a big deal. Yeah.
So Mrs. Carmody is telling them that they're just hiding behind big bags of shit, and that's not going to save them from God's wrath. and she's stressing the fuck out of everybody, but nobody's paying much attention to her at this point. They all just think she's some batshit crazy twat.
Yeah.
And I mean, she's pretty convinced of herself, like a lot of overly religious people are. And so they make it to the first evening, and they have a lot of electric lights, little electric lamps and flashlights and stuff.
Yeah.
They've got them pointed out the windows for some fucking reason to try and see out, and then all of a sudden,
not a good idea.
Yeah, I would not think it would be. That's another really dumb thing that I don't think.
They did it in the book too. So
yeah, that's what I mean. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
If you don't know what's out there. Do you really want to draw attention to yourself at night?
No.
Like,
Yeah,
if
you're concerned about something breaking through the glass, which is a real possibility.
Why
you
would
don't
you
want to draw attention to yourself?
Yeah.
Why would you let beings know that there is glass there? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the first bug lands, and it's big, like I'd say at least 3 feet long. It's big, big fucking bug, and they're, I mean, I don't know.
It's a cat-sized bug.
Yeah, it's a cat-sized bug with, and it's
big.
cool. I would want to gaze at it too, honestly, because it's like it's fascinating. It would be fascinating to stare at it. So they all sort of start fucking with them with the flashlights out the window.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the pterodactyls come flying in, because they do look like they look like small pterodactyls, and they are obviously the natural predators of these bugs.
Yeah.
And they're eating the bugs, but they're also flying into the fucking glass and breaking.
Do I remember right? Do they have 4 wings? Is that correct?
No, they have one, but it's
like
attached.
2 wings. Yeah.
It's attached to their abdomen, but it's spread out between all 4 limbs, like a flying squirrel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like their wings don't come from their back. It's odd.
Yeah,
like,
it's sort of like on their sides.
Yeah.
It's but and somehow they fly. So we got big ass pterodactyls flying into the glass now, and it's breaking. And instead of turning all the lights off, they're running around turning all the lights on.
It's mostly
the lights.
Tom Jane's character wants them all off.
Yes, but he realizes that the light is attracting the bugs. But
other people, the drunk rednecks, are on all of them on.
He
and
instructed them.
They don't. No, I don't blame these guys.
Yeah.
They're doing what they should do.
He told them if trouble happens, turn every light on.
Yeah.
So that
so the monsters can see where you are.
Well, I mean,
so they can see to defend themselves.
I know.
Yeah.
And they had a mop and bucket with some flammable liquid in it too.
Yeah,
didn't they?
like gas.
Mm.
So they made flaming torches out of mops to defend themselves, which don't.
I was going to say, one of the things I like about this movie is the fact that we see little bits of the ecosystem of the creatures that come through. Where you have one which obviously feeds on others. I like that.
Yeah, it would
not
be
just one creature, which is.
I'd love to microscope under like that whole ecosystem. It just
I know, isn't it fascinating?
It really is, especially later when we see those huge things that look like they have their own ecosystems.
Yeah, I know, it's so cool. Yeah.
Well, a couple of years ago, they had a TV series called The Mist.
They did,
and I got really excited because I thought that maybe we could explore the ecosystem of the Mist and how all these different creatures are related to one another. They didn't do any of that.
Was it good though?
No, it was shit.
That sucks.
The Mist basically made people hallucinate and see
things.
There were some good scenes, but on the whole, it wasn't very good.
Yeah, that sounds. That's awful.
Yeah.
Imagine what you could have explored.
It's just a bad adaptation.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind when people take a little bit of royalty, right?
Liberties are good. I prefer it when somebody takes liberties with an adaptation. I actually prefer that they do that. But
that's a little far. Come on.
Yeah, that's too far. Like,
but one of the charms of the Mist is all the different creatures, which we only see small little bits of. But it's fascinating thinking what they are and how they fit
Because
into their
clearly-
environment. And
And you know,
Clearly, these pterodactyl creatures are the predator of these, and
yeah,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
it just kind of
predator,
functions.
yeah.
It
So
functions.
the ecosystem has just moved into our world
Yes.
pretty
Yeah.
seamlessly. They're still just doing what they do. It naturally comes to them, which is eat these fucking bugs.
Nothing's changed in their world. Nothing.
And they can't see, by the way. They can't see at all.
No.
Blind people who are mostly blind will still see light and dark.
Yeah.
So that's why the
we're
light.
talking about someone who's
Okay.
legally blind but not totally blind.
In the
Well,
book,
no, even then they'll still see light and dark because it's not really sight. It's just, you know how if you close your eyes and then you put a flashlight up to your face, you can still tell that there's a light there, but you can't see shit.
Mm.
Like
I
that.
assume not everyone who's blind can do that, though.
I don't know if everybody can.
No, I think it would depend on why you're blind. So,
Yeah, but if what I mean is they don't have any sight. They don't see shape, anything.
well, they live in a mist. I mean, they can't see.
don't
So,
it's follow your nose.
Yeah, they've
Mm.
it's explicit in the book that they don't have eyes at all.
Yeah, there's one creature in the book that has eyes. I was wrong about that the other day. It's the
Which one
bug.
is it?
The
The
bug.
bugs. So they that's why they're attracted to the light.
The bugs,
They
the big bugs, and the bugs. Well, there will be spoilers, but anyway, it's the ones that show up in the pharmacy later. They have eyes
the
too.
spiders, yeah.
yeah, I was going to say I thought they had eyes. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but that's the movie.
They do in the book too, but in the
Okay.
movie, nothing else has eyes. Nothing.
Yeah.
Mm.
They don't. Their eyes don't even exist. There are no eye sockets, and there are no eyes at all.
Yeah, because they live in a mist. So there's no.
Yeah,
They've
it's
Why
like,
would
evolved-
you?
they've evolved
Why
eyes
would you
past-
evolve eyes? if
yeah,
you
they
live in darkness.
were in
basically?
this.
Heresy! Blasphemy! How
They
dare
were-
you!
They were in this mist since the beginning of their creation. How many billions of years ago? They
Yeah.
didn't even develop eyes. The flying creatures did, and maybe the crawling creatures did because they could go up high.
Mm,
Also
mm.
because they detect light and dark if they're
Yes,
if they're
But the
specifically
flying creatures they can go 400 feet up in the air, where the mist might be fainter. Who knows?
maybe
Like-
they need to be able to tell the difference between night and day.
Yes,
That
maybe.
might be very integral to their survival.
Yeah.
So they only because they seem to be only coming out at night, those particular flying bugs, which is why
Yes.
they're attracted to that light like moths.
Yes, of course. Yeah, but
So
and
anyway,
they have. Yeah.
Maybe there's a food source in their dimension which gives off light,
maybe.
Maybe.
and they need to see it, but others don't because
Yeah.
they don't eat it.
Yeah,
So-
that's an interesting theory.
A
Yeah.
firefly type bug.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so this is all stuff the TV show could have explored, but it
It
didn't
could
go
have.
into
Yeah,
it.
I know. It
What
could
a
have.
missed opportunity.
Yeah. A
Oh
miss-
god, it's not worse than what they did to Under the Dome.
No, it's not.
Ugh,
Nothing is.
that was hot fucking garbage.
We'll talk about that after when we talk about Stephen King adaptation.
Yes.
So
Anyways, now the pterodactyls are getting in the store and shit's really hitting the fan because these things are
Oh
not
yeah,
nice.
they break the window because the
And
bugs
the
keep
bugs are
landing. Yeah.
and the bug lands on one of these army guys' girlfriends and stings
Oh,
her.
that's terrible actually.
So,
Yeah,
so they're-
and she's another actress I've seen in tons and tons of things. I first remember seeing her in Angel. She had a bit part in that. She
Oh, the
appeared
TV show. Is that the TV show?
yeah, she appeared in
Yeah.
a number of episodes.
Yeah,
She
you're right.
was in the second Riddick movie.
Yes. Yeah.
She's the main star in The Man in the High Castle TV adaptation, which
I don't know about
is
that.
a great series. And she was in the first couple of episodes of the new series of The Punisher, which I saw last week.
Oh, hey, yeah. Actually, yeah. Recently, I recognized her from that. That show
Yeah.
looks cool. I've seen the first 3 episodes of that. Yeah. Anyway,
all right, so she gets stung in the neck and immediately starts having a very bad reaction to it. So
Yeah,
it
it's like
seems that-
peanuts.
yeah,
They
it's
inject peanuts into you.
yeah. She has a peanut allergy, a pretty severe one. So it seems like they kind of operate like honeybees do and not like wasps, where if they feel threatened, they're going to sting you. But if you just kind of leave them alone,
yeah,
they'll
they
leave you alone.
don't seem like hornets, do they?
No,
Yeah.
they're not actively attacking, which is why Miss Carmody
Yeah.
Because one of them fly up to her and
They
land
didn't
on her
know what the threat-
chest.
Yeah.
And because she stands very, very still and remains very, very calm because she loves Jesus so much, it flies away from her and doesn't sting her, which she thinks is a sign from God, because God's clearly sent the locusts.
Yeah.
And
Well, there is a bit in the Book of Revelation about giant
there
lotus with
all
Yeah.
of
Oh,
the,
locusts with
Yeah.
all of the Bible
human
quotes,
heads.
yeah, all of the Bible quotes, she actually quotes are really from the Bible in this movie.
Yeah.
They're really from the Bible. They are from most of them.
Good old Stephen King, the theist that he is, man.
Yep.
He hates organized religion. So
Yeah, he doesn't like fundamentalists.
Nope.
That's his gripe. He's a very Christian man, but yeah, he doesn't like the Mrs. Carmody.
I like his criticisms. It's quite
Yeah. They're good. They're good for the world, I think.
Yes.
So she thinks that's a sign from God, and other people see this happen, and they're still trying to fight off the weird pterodactyl creatures. And one of the poor other young men in the store sets himself on fire, and that's pretty much they manage to fight them off, and then they tape up
The mop and the bucket of petrol probably wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, they decide that after one of them ends up setting themselves on fire, and they almost burn the fucking store down. That's not going to help them at all. So they tape up the windows, and then it is the next morning at this point. I don't think any of them really.
Oh, the burn victims cries for help.
Yes, yeah, that's coming up. But I think we get little lady's suicide first.
Really? Even before that? Wow.
I think that happens just before that, and because you remember David hands Billy off to Amanda. His teacher,
yes.
right? After she's watching over Billy while they're trying to get some sleep. After all this, and she goes to wake up the elderly teacher.
Yeah.
She has to pee and doesn't want to leave Billy alone, and discovers that she's commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
So they move her body, and at this point they're all starting to panic a little bit, and David's pretty concerned about Miss Carmody. And her little cult following, which is growing because people witnessed her apparently repel this fucking locust. So clearly it must be Jesus.
Jesus.
And he says today it's a few, and tomorrow it's a few more, and then more.
Yeah.
Now we get a scene where we see the burn victim isn't dead, but when somebody has burns as badly as this kid has burns, they actually put them into an artificial coma because it's so incredibly painful that there's nothing they could actually give you to make you comfortable enough to be conscious.
Oh my God, his cries are like, I can't.
Yeah.
Oh
he
my
says he just keeps begging them to kill him.
Yeah, it hurts so bad.
Yeah. Like it's unimaginable amounts of pain. Like he would live in a perpetual state of passing out from the pain and then waking in it and then passing out from it and then waking in it.
Yeah. Oh man.
It would be ugly. So
I think it'd be better to be stung by one of those bugs, to be honest.
Yeah,
you'd be over fairly quickly.
30 seconds and it would suck, but then you'd be
he at least died pretty quickly. So David decides he's got to go and try and get this kid some medicine, something to help him, and he takes Ollie and that older lady with him, and who else goes? There's a few people go with him.
The old lady, a couple of the rednecks go with him.
Yes, a couple of the other side characters.
The expendable meat.
Yep, the expendable meat, and Yeah, I think that's it. It's not a huge group of them.
No, I don't think so. No.
And that's when he has that moment where he hands his son off to his teacher and says, if I don't come back, you take my truck and you get out. You take him and you just drive.
Yes.
So they all get. Wait. I think I'm skipping over something. I think they try to get that gun from the truck first.
Wait a minute. Oh yeah, no, that's important. Yeah. I don't remember exactly when that happens, but yeah, that's an important.
You're talking about ripped in half?
Biker.
Yeah.
The biker guy.
That happens when the others leave.
No.
No.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
no, he's right. He's right.
When the others are leaving, he goes, I'll go out and try to get the gun.
Yeah, he's
And
right.
they all walk off into the mist, and he follows them.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Well, we should mention that though. That's important.
We should come back to that. There's a
Right.
biker guy who's been in the store, and when Brent and his little group leave, he goes with them to try to get a shotgun out of this old Texan-looking guy's truck.
Yeah.
So he gets about 300 feet before he encounters issues.
Well, we know that because they tie a rope
Yes.
around him, and it's quite well shot the way he goes off into the mist, and we see the rope go tight, and they're letting out the rope, and all of a sudden it's pulled.
And they're trying to save him by pulling him
Yeah.
back, but it's not. So and then
And then it goes limp, which is not a good sign.
and then they start dragging it back, and it gets to a point where it's covered in blood, and they keep dragging it back, and then the legs the legs
Yeah.
of said biker get close enough to the building that they can see that he's obviously no longer alive.
Yes, he's the top half of his body's gone on holiday from his bottom half, let's say.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not coming back anytime soon. Goodbye.
No.
Okay, so jumping back to where we just were, that's how David thinks it's okay for them to sneak off to the pharmacy, which is right next door.
Yeah.
He got 300 feet and he was
What could be wrong with that plan?
so if we sneak over there, we'll probably be okay.
Well, I mean, if you look at it this way, right? At least it's not a cabin in the woods. So
And honestly, at least they're doing something. I can't blame them. I don't know. I would want to
Do something.
do something.
Yeah.
So him and his little group go out and they get into the pharmacy and it's covered in webbing. And we don't see anything because obviously, but it's
this
covered.
is one of my other favorite scenes, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you would.
I think they're the best creatures in the whole thing.
They're so fucking creepy. And I don't like spiders as it is.
Don't like.
Technically, they're not really spiders.
Oh, come on. They're arachnids.
Arachnid-like.
If we were to dissect them, they have the prepuce and the head of an arachnid. They would
Completely differently evolved. So
They get
not
categorized
technically
as spiders, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're similar to
Some
spiders.
offshoot
but-
of spider with acid ass.
Acid ass. Nice.
Yeah, it's terrible, right?
I'm very eloquent.
Because they like Indian food, is what you're saying. Really spicy.
Really spicy.
Fucking hate acid ass. God damn.
If you have acid ass,
Take the mist. Now in full form.
we should get a sponsor.
Oh, acid ass. Oh, Tanga eggs. Go fuck yourself.
I don't know if that would help acid ass.
Well, I mean.
I mean, it might. Coming makes everybody feel better.
Yeah. So anyway, the pharmacy is filled with giant spider-like creatures.
Of all different shapes and sizes.
Yeah, and they have.
Managed to get all the medicine.
They almost have little faces.
They do. They do have little faces.
Almost-
They're almost cute.
Almost humanoid faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite though, but yeah, similar. They're almost.
The eyes they put on them is what makes them almost cute because they're really big.
and they're all spiny all over.
If
And
you
they're
realize
fairly big too. Well, there's small ones too, but the big
they're
ones
all
are fairly
different
big.
the really big ones are bigger than people are.
They
Yeah.
are.
The one they encounter out as they're trying to escape is huge.
I assume that would be a queen, maybe.
Could be, or it's just.
I mean, I'm speculating because we don't know how the structure of this fictional fucking insectoid creature is like. I don't know if they've got queens, but
It's just
Well, I will say that in the book, one rushes them. That's really small. That looks like it's trying to shoot webbing at them, but it can't because it's probably too young.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's probably a fresh nest made by one or two adults of that big size.
that's possible. Yeah. So the big ones we see inside aren't fully grown.
Yeah,
Ah,
but they're
okay.
just
Yeah,
big
yeah.
enough that they have acid ass.
So the ones, basically the small ones in the pharmacy can melt flesh and bone, but not like concrete. But the big ones in the book, their webbing can melt
They'll go right through you.
glass and concrete and
Yeah.
Wow.
instantly. Like if basically if one of them hits you, it's gone. It's through you immediately, as opposed to slowly.
So that would be a little bit better.
yeah.
So during all the kerfuffle, they do have managed to have the bag of medicine, and David does get a nice comic book to bring back to his son
Yeah.
before shit hits the fan. Now we lose a couple of meat fodder, and this is where we see MP, the MP that left at the very beginning when the mist first came. And
Didn't get very far.
no.
He stopped off to get a packet of condoms, which I think was a big mistake. And
I mean, who wouldn't need condoms?
in the mist, you never know what you might come across.
Yeah, there might have been
always pays to be prepared.
there might have been some foxy fucking BDSM blonde in there.
There could have been.
Yeah.
It's quite
Again,
possible.
you broke character again. Ugly.
Oh,
Ugly.
sorry.
Yes, I'm blonde.
Fucking
My
disgusting
goodness.
Ditch.
It's a different movie though. She could be foxy. So.
That's true. There could be a
And-
hot blonde.
and
Not,
you know-
not a Walking Dead chick. She's got a horrible hair lip.
and it's in the mist.
She's got
So
bitch face.
you know,
Yeah.
it's not like you could see her anyway.
Oh, it's in the mist, so it's like a bar when you're half
As
cut.
long as it's warm and wet, it's fine.
Yes, that's exactly right.
It's a warm, wet pool. It's good. And it doesn't have acid ass.
Well,
You
it might,
hope.
but it might not.
You hope your dick's gonna fall off after.
Once you
That's what he needs the condoms for.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Once you get halfway in there, it doesn't
Need
matter.
that protection. All right.
Yeah.
So they have
Anyway.
a conversation with the MP, who's going, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can feel them inside me. I am so sorry."
Very aliens type scene, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 And then at this point, he explodes in graphic fashion.
Oh
with
my!
thousands of
He's,
babies.
he's still alive.
Yes,
my
he's still
God.
alive as they burst out of him. 'Cause
Yes.
obviously, they don't eat the brain.
I think everyone's heard the urban myth about someone bringing a fruit back to their country from somewhere
Yes,
overseas.
Yes. Yeah.
It changes from story to story and who's
But I
telling it.
know what you mean, though. Yeah.
Yeah, and it bursts open. There's
Uh,
millions of baby spiders inside.
Of course.
so-
stop. You gotta stop.
You've never heard that story
You
before?
gotta stop. I have an actual phobia about like things getting in my ears when I'm sleeping.
No.
Like ever since I was little, I
no earwig stories, actually. so,
yeah, I had a
yeah. It's
I
not
watched a documentary on earwigs when I was very young, and my brother told me that they burrow into my ears and lay eggs in my brain, and I've actually slept either with earplugs or something covering. I used to tie
like
pillow
right? Yeah.
I used to tie pillowcases around my head so that my ears were protected, and to this day I cannot sleep unless my ears are covered. It just doesn't. It's
So we shouldn't review Star Trek 2: The Wrath of Khan then.
I mean, if there's
The line
earwigs,
will be drawn here.
if there's earwigs, please. But I mean, You don't
Well,
have to make me
It's a space earwig, so
Yeah.
maybe you're right.
make me watch any Star Trek. Okay, I've gone my
It's
entire
huge
life.
though.
I've gone my whole life without being subjected to too much Star Trek, and I would like to keep it that way.
You know what? You should watch Star Trek 2. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is the best movie adaptation.
Oh,
Oh my goodness! On a
you fucking dorks! I'm gonna
As-
give you a wedgie after
you
this.
know what? As a standalone movie, The Wrath of Khan is so good.
Is there earwigs? Because for real.
It's a giant space earwig which someone puts in another character's ear to cause a great deal of pain and mind control. So yes,
Again, without the horribly acted accent, the line will be drawn here.
Well, there's quite a few movies. There's quite a few. The phobia is already there, so you can't make it any worse. Like,
yeah, fair enough.
I can't sleep without something covering my fucking ears. It doesn't matter. Like, it nothing you can show me is gonna make that any worse. It's such a deep rooted fear. I've had nightmares about it since I was little. It's just can't handle it. Don't make me kill earwigs. It's worse than spiders.
Hey, I don't like them either. So.
You can kill the earwigs, okay? I'll kill the centipedes. Because I think centipedes are kind of cute. So.
Oh god.
Yeah, see, he hates centipedes. We balance each other out for the girl.
Yeah, nightmare fuel. Anyway.
So nightmare spiders are bursting out of MP.
Yeah.
He's still alive, but they're running at this point. They're not looking at him. It's just a nice lingering shot for us as the audience.
I need to mention that in the miniseries, or not the miniseries, sorry, the short story, this scene lasts for 3 pages.
Mm-hmm.
That poor
great detail.
that poor man. Oh my god, it's in great detail.
but it's like hundreds and hundreds of them.
There's a scene. There's a part in the story where he thinks he survives, and he thinks it's over, and he might just get out, and then they start again.
Oh, that's just mean.
So fucking mean.
Stephen King is mean.
It's so mean spirited.
He writes some of the most mean spirited.
He thinks like, oh my god, they're gonna cut me down, and I'm gonna get to see my family again, and then there's more.
There's hundreds and hundreds of those little spider things that come out of him.
They're tiny. They're tiny.
But I assume they grow into really, really big ones.
Yeah,
so, how quickly would these things take over?
Yeah.
They must have
imagine if the mist made it to a city.
Yeah, it's in stages in one body though. When they discover his body in the book, it looks like one set of birth has already come out of him.
Oh,
okay. So that
maybe even 2 or 3 sets.
Little eggs have burst open or whatever.
Oh no! There's been one full set of the spiders that have come out already.
That's awful.
And then they witness the 2nd or 3rd, and then by the 4th or 5th or even the 6th, then he finally dies.
That's awful.
Yeah.
But
the spiders need to keep the host alive as long as possible to have fresh meat.
Oh.
Can you imagine how quickly they would spread if they made it to a city?
Well, within that ecosystem, they must have natural predators, otherwise they would take over.
Well, I'm sure they do, but they're spiders, so they seem to be a creature that exists in the nooks and crannies.
Yeah, so I don't know.
So the spiders themselves are predators. I think they probably have very few predators.
They might live within the buildings then. Like if they got into a city, they'd probably take over the inside of every building.
No, well, you're right. They would, because they are predators. They probably don't have many, if any.
Well, no.
Maybe the tentacle creature eats them or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, well,
but if they multiplied so quickly, like in a city where there's millions of people, right?
Yeah.
If they multiplied that quickly, would their predators be able to keep up with them?
Hang on a second. Have you ever seen an egg sac burst?
Well, they are predators, so they would probably starve to death really quick.
No, what I mean is, have you ever watched a spider egg burst? There are
I've poked some on purpose.
Yeah, there's thousands and thousands of them. They have natural predators in this area. world.
Well, they do.
And
They
all
do,
those spiders grow up to live under your bed.
Why would you
But-
leave?
I've also, but again,
Why am I friends with you?
I've also moved logs.
I'm gonna cry now. I'm fucking
When I was a kid, I also
back
moved,
over to the bed. Fucking dillhole.
when I was a kid, I've moved logs and seen thousands of spiders that have starved to death
Yeah.
because there's no food for them.
Hmm.
So,
I assume they would go through a big city pretty quickly.
And I imagine
well,
they
yeah, but then they would starve to
have
death.
long life.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, then at that point, the big city would be dead. So that's why they'd be starving.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. The Goliath bird eater spider lives between 15 and 25 years.
Yes.
But a brown recluse spider lives between 1 to 2 years. So the smaller spiders have a much shorter lifespan.
They
than
do.
The
Yes.
much larger spiders. But if we assume in the scale of the world they live in, because some of the creatures in
Oh
their
no, the
universe,
scale of the space that these creatures live in is probably so massive that we can't comprehend it.
yeah, so they're
Again,
probably very
that's-
small in the grand
that's-
scheme.
The as an example, the bugs that are at the glass at the supermarket are the size of fleas.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. to me.
That's how big
In
this
the
world
scale,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I imagine they have lots of natural predators. They must
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
to keep their numbers in check because
Yeah.
I mean, in their universe they have to have food. They must
Yeah.
kill things to live. So
Yeah. In order for something to be the size of a housefly in their universe as opposed to ours, it would be the size of an SUV.
yeah,
That's a housefly. That's how big this world is.
As we see later on.
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, what is the guy's name at the very beginning of this movie? The first guy that gets chased by the mist. John?
Oh, John Grady, I think, or something.
Is
That,
his first name John? John's all I need. John's
oh,
good.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. John's with them. He goes.
I think it is John. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
David's little group manages to make it back. There's 5 of them left.
Yeah, I think so.
Both
Of their
of the mechanics are still. Oh no, one mechanic survives, not the other one.
yeah.
David's alive. The older lady's alive, and John.
Yeah.
Well, one of the mechanics has gone over to the dark side, though.
Yeah, but not
One of
yet.
them, yeah.
No, not yet. He hasn't gone.
Eh.
That happens now after
Yeah.
the
Okay,
He
yep,
comes
yep.
back. He went with them, and then
No,
Yeah.
you're right. Yep,
pharmacy
yep.
is what makes him go fucking crazy.
Yeah.
The pharmacy pushes him over the edge.
yeah.
Well, I can't blame him with those
Well,
spider things shooting acid from their fucking
Acid.
tail ends.
Yeah.
And injecting their young into people.
Alive. While they're alive.
Alive, yeah. Well, wasps do that. Certain wasps.
Yeah, they'll do that to tarantulas and shit.
Yeah.
Very pleasant animals.
Caterpillars and things like that. Mm.
Mm.
But like I said, the ecosystem and the creatures is one of the most fascinating parts of this movie, which is why the TV series really dropped the ball in not exploring that fully. Maybe it was a budget thing and they didn't have the special effects for, all the different creatures. But really, it's an opportunity missed.
Well, here's the thing with budget constraints, you're really lucky with this because you can't see in the mist. You don't have to show them very much.
Mm.
You give us a 5-second glimpse of it, and we know what's in it. You don't have to keep showing it.
Yeah.
Running from then at this point.
But if you're doing a 13 episode series, you'd need different creatures throughout. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
they're stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah. Either way.
So they get back into the store and they have the medicine for the burn victim, but they find out he's already dead. So he got a comic book.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
did.
so
Yeah.
it's a very, very successful trip, really.
Very successful trip to the pharmacy. 4 people died. 4 of them got back, but he got his fucking comic book.
And no one got condoms.
Now, everybody is pretty much on Miss Carmody's side.
Almost everybody. Yeah.
Almost everybody. Enough of them that it's really freaking out David.
Oh yeah.
He was freaking out a lot, and I don't blame him. So he takes aside Amanda, Ollie, John, and who else is it? There's somebody else. The older lady.
And the store owner.
Yeah, Ollie.
Yeah.
Ollie. So Ollie's got a pistol. And
Oh yes, we found out that Ollie is an incredibly good shot.
Mm. Yeah.
Even though no one knew that just by looking at him.
Nobody believed him, really. Like really, Ollie. Yeah, but Ollie's a bit of a badass. Yeah.
Yeah, he's state champion. So they decide that they're gonna get in David's truck, and they're just gonna drive until the gas tank reaches empty.
Yeah.
And while just before they get the opportunity to, make real preparations for this and get some groceries to hightail it out of there, David decides he's going to confront the 3 soldiers in the store still.
Yeah.
Because at this point, he's really, because of what the MP said by apologizing over and over again.
Sorry, it was our fault. Yeah.
He really thinks now he's convinced that the army had something to do with it. So he goes and he confronts I think it's Private Jesse.
Jessup.
Jessup
Okay. Is the last name. I don't know his first name, but yeah.
Whatever. Private Jessup is whose girlfriend got stung by one of those weird bugs and is now dead. David confronts him and goes, where are your buddies? And he said, I don't know. I haven't seen them. And they go looking for them, can't find them, and so the only place they could be is in the storeroom. So they go out to the storeroom and find that they have hung themselves.
You're saying they're well hung.
Yeah. They're danglers. So
we have an obligation.
They were too soft though. They couldn't hack it.
Yeah.
We have an obligation to have a certain amount of smut per hour. So I'm making sure we reach the quota. That's all.
Sorry, I dropped the ball, didn't I?
Well, they sucked
both of them.
Job, so.
My balls dropped, did they? All right, so David goes back and he confronts Private Jessup again and says, your buddies are dead. And he goes, oh, God, I didn't think they'd actually do it. They said they were going to. And he goes, what do you know? What do you know? He goes, I don't know much of anything. All I know is that they were doing some experiments, these scientists up in the mountain base, trying to open a portal, window.
What could go wrong with that?
They were trying to open a window so that they could look in and observe this other world, but they instead
clearly they rented the uncut version of From Beyond.
Yeah.
And they got their bondage gear ready, and they opened the porthole, only they didn't get what they were expecting.
You could say they missed their opportunity.
Oh, that was bad. Oh. So David's pissed, and he's saying this shit loud enough that everybody's hearing.
Oh yeah, he's really pissed off. So
I don't think he was fully aware of how batshit insane everybody had already gone.
Probably not. No.
And when Miss Carmody gets wind that Private Jessup and the military was involved in said misty
shenanigans.
Yes. My thoughts exactly.
Misty shenanigans. There's nothing worse than misty shenanigans.
Yeah,
but she was a great porn star in the 70s.
You know what's worse than misty shenanigans? Gooey shenanigans.
Worse or better?
There's not enough goo in this movie.
Yeah, there isn't much goo, is there?
There's
No.
no.
Yeah,
But the special effects are pretty good. Most of them are
They are.
CGI.
They are, but it's
see
you
them
know
enough.
what? For the most part, it's actually pretty serviceable CGI.
It is because you don't see them enough, enough. Like you don't have enough time to really examine. They're there and then they're gone fairly quickly. The only thing we get lingering shots really of is those tentacles when they're really moving slowly, but nobody's interacting with them, so they look.
No, they look a solid 7 out of 10. I
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta keep in mind this was what, mate, 10 years ago, and it had what a
2007 rather. Sorry.
Oh, it's a little bit longer than that, 12 years ago. And it had a reasonable budget, but not massive.
Well,
So-
millions, but in the single digit millions. So
So
which isn't very much. So
not when you have a lot of special effects, and they could have really gone over the top with special effects if they wanted to. I'm glad they didn't, though. I think not seeing a lot of it is what makes it even more interesting.
well, that's what makes often a horror movie horrifying. Is
oh,
not
yeah, you don't know. The
If
end.
it makes me want to see more, which makes it more interesting.
well, yeah,
So-
it whets the appetite in the
Yeah,
mess.
yeah.
Anticipation.
Yep.
Yes.
So we're coming up towards the end.
Yep. So they the little mob that's now formed in the store, which is basically everybody except those 5 or 6 people I just mentioned, decide that they're going to throw Private Jessup out of the store.
Yeah.
Not before stabbing him over and over again in the gut.
Oh, what a terrifying scene in the book and in the film.
And because he's so young,
Well,
and
yeah,
he-
he's in his mid-20s.
he's just
He's a young
screaming
man.
and crying, and I didn't know. Please, I didn't know. It's quite heart wrenching, actually.
And do you know why he's crying that? Because he really didn't know.
Yeah, he really didn't know. He was just stationed there.
Yeah, he's just a young man in the army. He doesn't. Yeah.
He doesn't get to connect. So they toss him out, and he's standing by the doors, and he puts his hand up to the glass, and then he gets snatched away by something. Do we even see what takes him?
Yes. We do briefly in the film and the book. It's the same creature that allegedly kills Ollie later. Again, spoilers. It's the crab.
Oh yes, it grabs him. It starts
Probably the same one that killed Norman or Norton.
to grab
Whoever he is.
people.
Brent.
Those are some unfriendly crab people.
There's this giant crab creature, and if you look closely in the film too, you can see kind of a scorpion-like body behind the
Yeah, he's got a
Shadow.
big ass.
yeah, and they mentioned that in the book too.
So it takes him away, and then I think at the human sacrifice, David's done.
Oh no, that's it. Yeah,
David's got to get the fuck out.
he's gonna get his son out of there. Yeah,
Yeah. So all he says, I'm gonna get a bunch of groceries. I'm gonna stash it all next to checkout 2, and we're gonna get the hell out of Dodge.
Mhm.
And they wait until daylight, and they all go to leave subtly and quietly. And Miss Carmody
Oh,
has confiscated their groceries.
she did. I just need to mention the actress, whoever she is. She did a really good job.
Phenomenal.
Oh man, she's awesome.
Phenomenal. She's
Yeah.
in a lot of things too.
She is, but I just have to mention that she did a really good job here.
Yeah, she really does.
Very well done. Oh yeah, very convincing.
So she's confiscated their groceries, and her little cult following surrounds them. And she goes, "Oh, are you stealing now?" As
Yeah.
if there's not enough food in the grocery store for everybody.
Yeah, no kidding.
And-
For
and-
months
and,
and months.
You know, David's got his son, and he goes, we just want to leave.
Yeah.
What, like, are we really not? You're not going to let us we just want to leave. And
Yeah.
she's obviously batshit, and everybody else is following her batshit at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's panic, and people tend to turn to the loudest voice in
Yeah,
situations like that, even if that voice is lunacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has answers.
They follow someone who appears strong, basically.
Well, that's just it. And most of those people, like I can't even say that in my worst I wouldn't be one of those people. How do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I wouldn't be. I hope I'd be
I hope
logical enough not to fall
I-
for it. But, yeah.
I hope so too. But
She seems to have all the answers, and that's what
Yeah.
scared people want somebody with answers.
I would say that there's no way I would be. But like, my goodness.
How
right?
can you know until you're in it? Right? So they have a good confrontation, and she goes, "I want the whore and that boy." And I mean, obviously, we're getting into more human sacrifices. She's what does she call it? Penance.
Penance, yeah.
Yeah. So they're gonna throw them out into the mist and kill them, and
Yeah.
and Ollie, the fucking hero,
Oh man.
shoots her in the fucking head, and it's the most satisfying thing ever.
Yes, yes.
It's
Even
more.
though-
Oh, sorry. Go on, babe.
Yeah, no, go on.
Okay. I don't want to mention too much of the book. Do you mind?
No, go for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
In the book, it's even more satisfying because he shoots her in the gut first,
Ah.
and her response is, and then she goes to say something, and he shoots her in the head.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, most of my favorite parts in this movie involve the creatures, but this is one of my favorite parts where there's no creature.
I love watching her die. There's
Yeah.
not very many people like she doesn't exist.
She is an evil person.
She's
She's a bad
brutal.
person. Yeah.
To the actual core. I think
She's evil. She's a bad person.
Yeah.
But she's not just that, she's also a threat. 'Cause
yeah.
you know she's going to pick people off one at a time.
Yeah. She
And
will.
it pisses her off.
The word is expiation. That's the word for the day.
Yeah.
Expiation.
So
Absolutely. Yeah.
everybody's scared now because he's got a gun.
Yes.
And they get out, but they don't have groceries or food or anything. They just get the fuck out.
And this is after somebody says you. And this happens in the book too. You murdered her.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
You killed her. You monster.
Yes, I did.
Somebody says to Ollie.
Get fucked. Oh,
I liked Ollie too.
Yeah.
he was
Ollie is a fantastic character.
He gets the most awesome badassery, and then he fucking dies in the parking lot. He doesn't even get to the. He doesn't,
Spoilers.
yeah, he doesn't get to the truck. Everybody else makes it, but Ollie.
We haven't got to that bit yet. Almost.
Yeah,
We're getting there.
No, we're here. They left. They've left the
Well,
store.
yeah. Well, when they leave, they get split up because
Well, they all beeline for his truck. They try to find it.
Yeah, but they split off into smaller groups,
Yeah,
and Ollie is ahead of the main group with our main characters.
Yeah, he gets.
And go on.
Doesn't he?
What was that?
Doesn't he get to the truck first?
Yeah. And
So-
that's when the lobster thing grabs him.
Yeah.
So I don't know, 20 foot tall maybe,
Oh yeah, at least.
It's a big thing. Big.
and it's got giant lobster claws and scorpion tail,
Yeah.
and like a humanoid torso maybe.
Did you notice this the scorpion tail? You did, hey?
Yeah, I think so.
You can barely see it. It's just for a couple of seconds. Yeah, it's just really cool. Really cool effect.
No, it's a totally different lobster creature than the second book from the Dark Tower. It's also a lobster creature.
I have a picture.
Which may be from the same universe, but yeah.
Maybe the younger ones or something. I don't know.
I have a picture of it pulled up right now. It actually has an alien head, like the alien from Alien, a xenomorph.
Yeah,
It's shaped,
I've heard it,
and it's got those
before by fans. Yeah,
and it's got its big pinchers and sort of like 6 crab-like legs.
Can I?
And a human-esque torso. You're right.
Yeah. Can I?
It's pretty cool. We only see it for a second though.
Yeah.
Can I describe how it was portrayed in the book?
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Was it in bondage gear?
well, yes. Let's just erase that for now. But no, David, he sees Ollie gets killed in the book as well in the same way, by the lobster creature. But David, he sees it as a lobster that is red, like a lobster boiled alive. And then in a split second, Ollie went from whole to half.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really awful, actually. But anyway, Ollie died immediately, instantly at least.
Can I
At least that was quick.
Yeah, well, I love Ollie. Yeah, he's
the
fantastic.
little pterodactyl creatures I gotta mention because I'm looking at all the creatures now, all the pictures of them.
Described them as dinosaurs. Daddy, why was there a dinosaur in the store? And David didn't know what to say.
It has 2 legs. It does have 4 wings.
Really?
I thought so.
Really?
It's got wings on its back, like a bird or a bat, and then it has 2 small wings for hands, sort of like, you know how bats, their wings are their hands and they have fingers?
Yeah.
Like that.
Okay, so they can't fly in the sense that birds can, but
Oh yeah, they've got 2 wings on their back for flying, and I think the ones in the front are more for steering.
Oh, okay. Well,
They have it's like a rudder, but on the front.
No, that's really neat. Yeah.
I'll send you the picture I'm looking at.
Yeah,
no, please do. But
you know how they have the Star Wars books that come out whenever a movie comes out, like the cross sections,
right? Yeah.
No, not the novelization, but the cross section book, and then they have the other one, which is like the I think it's like an encyclopedia or something. It's got pictures and then a brief explanation.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So they'll have a picture of
several. Yeah. Over the years.
Yeah, they're great books, but they'll have a picture of something which is in the movie for 2 seconds in the background, and they'll have like a long explanation. Yeah. I love that. I love that stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I would love to see one of those books about the mist. With all the different creatures.
Well,
I bet it exists.
You know, it might. Can I just finish my thought?
Yeah.
That being said, oh my God, I'm writing one of those right now. No, they basically describe it as he describes it as a red lobster, and then as it turned around with half of his body in its mouth, it looked like a giant scorpion's body, just undulating back and forth. Back and forth. So he described it as at least 35 feet tall.
Wow.
So, like, can you imagine the scale of these insects? Now, think about that. Everything that they've encountered, save for the pterodactyls, has been a bug of some sort. Even a lobster. A lobster is essentially a bug.
Yeah, it's just a sea bug.
It's a bug. It's an insect. It might not be an insect, but it's a bug.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's,
yeah. Even the tentacles. It might not be a bug.
That's if you look at it as a lobster and not a scorpion. So
well, even if it's a scorpion, it's a bug.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, but exactly. So okay, let's say the tentacles. Okay, it's an octopus. Well, okay, octopi are pretty small. Even giant octopi, even giant squid, even the giant 60-foot squid, it's pretty small compared to giant sea life. So you think about that scale. Okay, so the bugs are that big, and then can you imagine what the bears would be like?
Well, you're making a certain number of assumptions here. There was a time in the Earth's history in which insects were a lot bigger than they are. Not as big as we see in the mist.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
They were a lot bigger than what we see now. You know, giant spiders and scorpions and things like that.
Yeah.
And the Earth had a lot more oxygen, I believe, at that time, which enabled them to grow a lot larger.
We'd have to assume they're mammals.
Yeah, but we don't know what the environment is like where they come from, or what the ecology is like. It could be just made up completely of insect type creatures.
It could be. It could be.
Maybe they range from large to small.
In the book, when they try to breathe it in the pharmacy, they describe it as an acrid, almost not indescribable, but it's hard for a few of them to actually breathe because it's almost acidic.
So there may not even be mammals in this universe.
Maybe not. Like they try and they can breathe, but it's hard. There's an acrid kind of, like when they breathe in real deep with their nose, it stings.
Anyway,
so yeah, we can throw the book out the window as far as it being like Earth, but I mean you could be correct. Maybe we're seeing the small things, and it's entirely made up of big things which we're not seeing, or maybe it's just completely different, and the insects there are massive. Who knows?
Well,
these are all things that would be great to explore.
What I mean is people can breathe in this atmosphere in the mist, but it's something that it takes effort to breathe in.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's not of this world, literally.
Yeah, literally. Yes, indeed.
Okay, so we can talk about this forever.
Yep, and I think we have been. But anyway,
I'm shuffling you guys along now. Ollie's dead. There's 5 of them in the truck now, including his son.
Yeah.
And he sees the gun on the hood of the truck, and he goes for it. And a spider comes along, because of course it does. But the second he's back inside the truck, it completely loses interest. Which is further that they can't see fucking anything, really. They rely on smell almost completely.
They can smell, but he closed the truck door and they couldn't smell him anymore, so he essentially was gone.
Yeah. So at this point, they just start driving, and they drive to David's house just to see, if his wife is still alive. And of course, she isn't, because he didn't get back in time to fix the hole in the window, and the spiders infiltrated. And
she is in the window, of course.
Yeah. So she's fucking. She's webbed up to the side of the house.
Yeah. I hate it when that happens.
They got through the window, probably.
Yeah, and brought her out, and
yes.
Yeah.
If the window was fixed, she probably would have been fine.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, yes.
Yeah. So they keep driving and driving and driving and driving, and along the way they see the horrors.
Yes.
They see a school bus with some bodies of some children.
Yeah, one of the
cars and
infested by the spiders, which is awesome. Yeah.
The spiders are everywhere on the ground. They're everywhere. They seem to be the culprit for a lot of the actual deaths.
Yeah.
So
probably at least half. Yeah.
They see what I think the creature. Since I was just looking at the list of creatures, is called the behemoth. Mm-hmm. That huge thing that has like what would look like birds to us from the ground, just circling around it, and it looks like fur, but honestly, it could be a small forest.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a walking oil rig, isn't it? It's like
huge,
hundreds of feet tall.
And that is what they felt. The earthquake that they had felt in the very, very beginning was one of those things walking.
Yeah.
And it has tentacles coming off it too, doesn't it?
And it's in the face and some off its back. Yeah. Well, they look like tentacles, anyways, from their point of view. And they keep driving, and they keep driving, and they keep driving, and then they run out of gas, and they're still in the mist, and they don't see anything. So
that's the thing. They don't know how far the mist goes. It could cover the entire world for all they know by now.
That's what they mentioned.
Or maybe it's just 100 meters down the road. Who knows?
But I think that at this point, they've exhausted themselves. So
and I think even if it was just down the road, you still have to get out the car and
try to get there. And
Yeah.
you don't know if those things can venture outside of the mist at all.
I would assume that they can't.
Really?
Yeah.
You think
They
they
did.
rely on it?
But the tentacles did at the beginning.
Only inside the store.
Oh, yeah, but I don't think it breathes through its tentacles. Its main body is still outside.
Mm-hmm.
And once it was cut off, it did disintegrate. So,
Well, that's true. We can breathe the mist, though.
Yeah, but that's just
yeah.
that could just be because we're more resilient than they are.
Yeah, well, we're not insects, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, well, if you pull a fish out of water,
Well, yeah. Well,
It's
they'll
gonna-
breathe. They can actually get oxygen out
yeah,
of
but they don't last long.
Yeah.
So maybe they can't leave the mist at all. Who knows? Anyway, who knows? If I was in that situation, I'd be thinking that maybe even, they may not even need the mist to survive. I could run out of it and still get snagged back in. Who knows? But they decide that they've had enough, and David pours the bullets out from the pistol and finds that they have 4 bullets left. And
5 people.
Amanda looks at him and goes, "But there's 5 of us." And then we get probably
life herself. Yeah.
just one of the most. Why do I keep picking these movies?
You get 2 people to put their heads together, and
Well, I actually kind of thought of that, especially with the little boy. But, anyways, his son's been sleeping, and he wakes up to see what I'm assuming is David putting the gun into his face, and he shoots all 4 of them.
Yep.
And then,
which is I can't imagine how difficult that decision must be. But
well, he did his son first.
Yeah, if you think that,
Oh yeah, for sure.
maybe
Yeah.
your child is going to be eaten by bugs from the inside out
Yeah.
over days, I can kind of understand why
Yes.
you might do something like that.
It's
Yes.
better. It's quicker.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we get to watch his reaction to it when he tries to shoot himself and there's no bullets left.
Yeah.
And then he gets out and he screams at the world because at this point he just wants to die. He doesn't care if it's slow and painful. He just wants to be dead.
And the movie kicks him in the balls.
Oh my god. Does it ever? All of a sudden in the distance we hear helicopters and gunfire and human shouting.
And the mist starts to disappear.
And the mist starts to disappear. And then then a truck drives by and it's full of survivors and the woman who left to save her children at the very, very beginning, the first
That's
one that
right.
left.
Yeah, she's there. Yeah.
He's there. And some soldiers come up to him and he just starts screaming.
And they look very confused.
They
If
look
only he had waited 5 minutes.
they're not confused because they look inside the vehicle.
Yes, fair enough.
They know why. Because he gets on the radio and says something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And then the movie's over.
That's true, but can I talk
Yeah,
about the
you
book
can talk
now?
about the book now.
I was just going to say what an
Okay.
incredibly cruel ending, but
Yeah. Oh,
I love it. I love it though because it's
It is.
such a
The
downbeat.
ending in the book. The ending in the book is completely different, and Stephen King wishes he wrote it.
he wishes he'd taken the movie's ending.
Oh, okay, what happened in the book?
They they refueled on gas a few times. They stayed in a few abandoned buildings, and the bugs came at night just like they did before. Nothing stopped.
Mm.
They heard screams and gunfire, tanks. They heard the military fighting back. And that's it. It basically ends with them driving into the mist forever and ever. They get to I think Texas, which is about 1,700 miles away from Maine,
Oh,
and
okay.
the mist is still there.
Wow, so it's
But
spread that
they-
far.
Yeah, but they still hear people fighting.
Yeah.
They hear tanks and machine gun fire and like radio signals that come here for assistance and all that.
The director of this movie is a sadistic motherfucker.
You know, I like the movie, and I like the movie, the ending of the movie, but the ending of the movie to me is a little bit contrived. It goes against everything that the character stands for throughout the first half of the movie.
Yeah, that's true.
It comes right out of left field.
He's a fighter, right?
There's no fucking way that this dude would have done that. No way. In
I
the
think
book,
that's why it makes it so gut-wrenching.
yeah, well, maybe, but in the book, the guy's a bit of a bumbling buffoon.
So it would have almost made more sense.
You know, yeah.
With his
I mean,
book character.
you know, he cares about his son in the book, but he fucks Amanda a few times. And then tries to go back for his wife, but he's too scared to.
Wow.
Like, oh yeah, there's a few trees in the way, so I'm not even gonna try going down that road. So like, we don't even see his wife in the book.
Wow.
Yeah, because he's too scared to go down the road. Right, like he's a bumbling buffoon in the book. So
he's a much better written character in the movie.
he is, which makes his decision at the end of the book, or at the end of the movie, sorry, so alien to his character in the movie. I actually find the ending of the movie to be very strange.
See, I don't
And against the character altogether. It doesn't make any sense. He's gone from a strong fighter to a complete weakling in 2 minutes screen time.
I would disagree.
No, but we don't know how long they've been driving though.
Yeah, we do. It's been a day.
However long the
They-
test lasted.
The director said a day, so
Yeah.
Okay.
it's been 1 day.
Wait. I would disagree with you only because it would take an incredible amount of strength to do that and then have to like die.
Remember, he saw what the
Fair
spider's
enough.
done.
What I'm
right?
trying to say though is they drove for 6 days in the book
Yeah.
with no respite whatsoever. But he was a pussy.
Yeah. Well,
But in the movie, he was strong and resilient, and it took a day. It makes
he was
no
broken.
sense whatsoever.
I see what you mean. I mean, realistically, he could have left them in the car with the gun and
Like,
gone to get more petrol.
What Stephen
And if he
King
didn't come back, then
what Stephen King meant when he wished he would have wrote that ending is he wished he would have wrote that ending for his character. Tom Jane's character in the movie was a complete pussy compared to Stephen King's character, even though Stephen King's character was a complete pussy.
Yeah, he was.
I see your point.
Stephen King's character, even though he was a wimp, was far stronger than Tom Jane's character in the movie.
You feel like he was like it was a weak. Like
He basically changed his character. They made one character for the film and then changed him to a weak link in the last 2 minutes to shock viewers.
Yeah.
It was that ending was made just to shock viewers.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like it was just a shock ending. It was a cheap ending to shock. Like it cheapened the movie in my mind. It was cheap.
Oh, well, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the ending, but I do see your point. I think you do have a valid point.
That's what I feel anyway. I think it cheapened the character in the film. If it was the character from the book, I think the ending of the film would have made sense.
To be fair, the director did get the ending from the book. You told me that he had dreamed that he did this.
He did, yes. The character dreamed. Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
the character of the book did dream that he did this, and he.
So I have a feeling maybe the director wasn't just doing it for shock value. Maybe he was reading, when he read the book, he decided that that was a better ending than them driving off into the mist.
Yeah. Well, I just feel it was I don't know. I feel it was cheap in the film. I feel it cheapened the character that they were making in the film itself. It went totally beyond and opposite what the film character was. Like it just, like, he was so strong throughout the whole movie, and then after a day, not even, he was just like, oh well, we're out of gas, even though in the book he refilled gas.
When you say it like that, I said
no, even in the book he refilled gas like 8 times and stayed in hotels 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I can.
It's like, and he was a complete wimp in the book.
Yeah, I mean, like,
right? Like, really, after one day, you're just like, oh well, out of gas. I got to kill my family and my kid.
I think
it just doesn't make sense to me.
I think the reason is because if you think of the context of the book, he's seen some horrors, and he's seen, and maybe he just doesn't want to risk his son's life, and he would rather save him from that. I think I see strength in that decision, whereas you see weakness, and I think that's where we're having.
Yeah, I see more strength in the other.
Yeah.
In the book,
you're missing one key point. His wife's now dead, so he's a single parent. He's going to have to look after the kid entirely by himself. And
well, in the book, he doesn't know that, though.
No, but I'm talking about in the movie, right? And, maybe he didn't really like the kid that much.
Well, in the movie, yeah.
Like, oh yeah, look, I'll save the kid, right? Because my wife will kill me if something happens to it. But once the wife's gone. Well,
I have to say, actually, I'm
joking, of course.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah.
Of course,
in the movie, he actually loves his kid more than he does in the book.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
In the book, you're actually more on point, joking or not. Because, like I said, he fucks Amanda several times throughout the 3 days they're in the store. So.
Okay, so
apart from the ending, which do you prefer, the book or the movie?
The book, personally, because I personally find David, I love him and hate him more in the book, but I find the book far more realistic.
Yeah, I do.
I don't think that David would have given up after one day. After driving through the mist,
after all the shit he'd been through, you think he would have given it a good?
It's like, oh my god, we have to get out of here because Mrs. Carmody is gonna sacrifice my son. But I drove through the mist for 20 hours and it didn't let up, so I shoot him in the head. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, maybe they could have had some of the spiders land on the front of the car and crawl over it, and then disappear.
They barely saw anything. They saw bugs at night and one gargantuan thing crawl over their vehicle. That's it. That's all they saw. They didn't see anything. He got out of his vehicle to get gas, and nothing attacked him.
So they just kind of converged on where all the food was, aka all the people.
Well, maybe, but they still drove 1,600 miles, and they were still missed. But
I assume that the closer you are to the
in the book, I don't believe that David would have given up after one day or two.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
I don't think he would have given up after a month. I think he would have just kept going and going.
Well, if someone had asked me to do a TV series based on the movie or the book, I would have had maybe the first 3 or 4 episodes very similar to the movie.
Yeah.
And then once they get in the car and drive off, the rest of the TV series first season would be them trying to get out of the mist and coming across other people. Maybe the car breaks down, they have to hide out somewhere for an episode.
Absolutely. Yes. There's all of what I just said, but at the same point, I don't know what happens after they drive out of the mist.
Well, I was going to say, and then
That's such
at
a
the
cool
end,
mystery, isn't it? Yeah.
at the end of season 1, I'd have them get out of the mist because I would like to see what the rest of the world is doing, reacting to the mist. How far has it gone?
Agreed. Yeah, that's far
So
more
they
interesting.
know what's going on inside.
So then in season 2, you could have because you still have to have something in the mist, something happening in the mist. You could have a special forces team go into the mist to try to seal the breach or get survivors or whatever. But the characters from the first season who have made it out, we now see their lives outside, and we use them to explore the way the rest of the world is reacting to the mist. Maybe Russia wants to launch a nuke or something to stop it spreading. Who knows,
Yeah, and maybe we shouldn't do that because this reason or that reason.
Yeah.
Lots of survivors in there. Maybe people are streaming out every day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. From that perspective, I find that even far more interesting than the book's ending.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just, here's
and what happens? What happens when it reaches a major city?
Yeah, I like the book's ending more than the film's, but the book's ending is it obviously it's miserable. It's mean.
Yep.
Which is fine. It's just I certainly think that the Mist series could have done that, and I wish it had. To me that would be far more interesting than the hallucinogenic murderous bugs that we got.
Okay, well, I think we can end it now because holy crap, it's been 4 hours almost.
Yeah,
five.
So, yeah.
Almost 5 hours.
Oh my good lord.
5 hours, yeah.
Wow.
So episode 10.
Just before we go though, we do have to mention what the next show is about.
Yes, I was just gonna say episode 10. Bane's Picks.
Because I've really been looking forward to this. I can't wait till the next show. I imagine it's going to be a long one because we will have a lot to discuss, even though it's only 2 movies. The first one is from Neil Breen, who is he just makes his own movies. I think he pays for the whole thing himself. It's a vanity project, but
yes, sometimes the best.
Well, he's fairly serious about the movies, but I think most people watching them just find them amusing because they're fucking crazy. So that's Double Down by Neil Breen. I think we will have a lot to discuss about that and a lot of laughs. And then we have Holy Mountain by Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Yes. Well, yeah.
This will be fun.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Holy Mountain. Sorry to interrupt, Bane, but Santa Sangre from a few episodes ago. Oh, same director.
He was using a lot more acid when he did Holy Mountain, though.
Yeah. Oh,
also, even weirder.
I haven't seen Holy Mountain in its entirety.
Yep.
I'm going to.
Obviously.
About a week before the episode, so very soon.
we went from acid dick to acid ass.
Well, pretty much. So there's that, and Double Down, a film that Bane and I have spoken about one-on-one. Well, I shouldn't say one-on-one, one-on-two with Missing On several times in the past.
Yes, it's an amazing. It's an amazing movie.
Yeah,
not amazing good, but amazing.
I haven't seen the whole thing, but like The Room. It's just one of those movies. It's so bad and odd
and bizarre, the choices he's made.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Like, how do you come to these choices as a human being? Never mind a film.
The way I see it, it's like one of those audition episodes of American Idol or Canadian Idol or whatever, where you just get people off the street auditioning, and you get some good singers, but you also get people who are just absolutely fucking terrible.
Oh,
And
awful.
they have no idea how bad they are. And when they're told they're bad, they just can't accept it. It's like, what are you talking about? I should be famous.
So
And
what do you
I
think?
get the feeling that Neil Breen's a bit like that.
So really, though, seriously, do you think he's accepted it, or do you think he really has not?
I don't think he's aware of how insane his movies are. And I don't admire the guy.
I'm not
in a lot of ways.
I'm not even mocking him. I
admire him in a lot of ways, right? He's gone to the effort to make these movies himself, right? And that is to be respected. Even though we laugh at the result.
Well, you know what? Sometimes the result is lesser than the effort spent to get there, and I think we need to. Yeah, I think Double Down is something that we could talk about for a couple hours for sure.
All right, so the next episode is going to be fucking weird.
It is. It's going to be weird.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. Two types of crazy. Two flavors of crazy.
I think it is. It's going to be a couple flavors of crazy. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I purposely picked these two movies because they are both crazy, by the way. But
thank
crazy
you.
in different ways.
Again, I've known about the Holy Mountain for a decade plus. I will admit I didn't really think much of it. I didn't not want to see it. It's just you, Bane, have introduced me to it.
Well,
again.
I will say
I've watched trailers upon trailers, and I've tried, and it's really weird.
I will say that the Holy Mountain can be divided into three different parts, and I think the middle part is my favorite.
Okay,
that is the most insane, crazy, and entertaining.
So,
is it really? So would you say it?
I'm gonna click the button.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna click the button.
Would you say it's insane in film history?
We're gonna see it.
Is it insane?
Oh, of course, yes.
Oh, good.
Good night.
I like insane. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.